Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as we are about to commence the AFC Member Associations and Regional Associations Presidents and General Secretaries Conference 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly remind you to switch off or set your mobile phones to silent mode while inside the conference hall. Each presentation over the next 3 days will be followed by a brief question and answer session. If you would like to ask a question, please raise your hand to request a microphone, and we will be pleased to pass the floor to you. Simultaneous interpretation is available in Arabic and English. Please use the headsets provided at your seat. Thank you for your kind attention and cooperation.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning, everyone. It is my honor and privilege to welcome you to this prestigious gathering. My name is Muhammad Al-Abwa from the Asian Football Confederation, and I'm truly honored to be your host for this important conference. AFC President, His Excellency Sheikh Salman bin Ibrahim Al Khalifa, AFC Vice Presidents, FIFA Council members, AFC Executive Committee members, AFC General Secretary, Datu Siri Winsor John, Presidents and General Secretaries of the AFC member associations and regional associations, our distinguished guests and speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the AFC member associations and regional associations, Presidents and General Secretaries Conference 2025, held here in the vibrant city of Riyadh, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. On behalf of the Asian Football Confederation, we extend our deepest gratitude to the host of this conference, the Saudi Arabian Football Federation, for their warm hospitality. Their unwavering support and valued partnership have not only made this important gathering possible, but also continue to play a vital role in driving football development across the continent. Last year, our conversations revolved around building and leading great organizations, a theme that inspired us to strengthen the foundations of leadership and structure within football. This year, we continue that journey, exploring new perspectives and diverse topics that share one common vision: advancing success and excellence across football organizations. Each session ahead reflects a different piece of that puzzle, from governance and operations to innovation and growth, all contributing to the same goal of moving our game and organization forward. Without further ado, now I have the great honor to invite the AFC President, His Excellency Sheikh Salman bin Ibrahim Al Khalifa, for his opening address. Please join me in welcoming the AFC President to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. AFC Executive Committee members, member association and regional association presidents, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to welcome all of you today in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and of course for this important conference. Let me begin by expressing my deepest appreciation to the Saudi Arabian Football Federation, to you, Yasser. Thank you so much for hosting us. And we all know the warmth and hospitality that we receive whenever we are here. Since our last conference, the AFC has implemented significant reforms, but I think it's thanks to you, the member associations. I think it's through dialogue, communication, to understand what's needed, how we can improve. And football is not just a sport nowadays. We try to be better as a confederation. We try to compete, whether it's through the member association or as an individual as well, to do better. You as the stakeholders, we know that you have a great responsibility, and we're part of it to see how we can help and make each one of you get better. And this is what football is all about. Whether it's through the reforms and the statutes, or the referees, or technical or commercial, somehow they're all connected with each other. And I think we are here through the speakers that are attending today to understand how we can be better, to understand more of the game, and to understand how to improve in our performances. Of course, the last few days, we had two teams qualifying for the World Cup. congratulations to Qatar and Saudi Arabia. And we wish all the best as well for United Arab Emirates and Iraq and their qualification in the next round. It's not so easy. I know it's been tense, but at the end of the day, we are here to support all of you. Of course, we had a busy 24-25 season, whether it's through the reform that we've introduced in our competitions, and we've seen the result, whether through the club level or the national team level. And as I said, there's always more for improvements. I know it's going to be a long session today and the next 2 days. We will be around, and I hope that we're going to benefit of what all the speakers have to deliver. But at the end of the day, it's you, the member association, that can make us better in performing what we do. So once again, thanks so much for your participation and for coming. I wish everyone the best, and we look forward in seeing you the next few days around. And hopefully I'll see you in the closing remarks in the next 2 days. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. May I kindly ask the AFC President to return back on stage. And now we would like to invite Mr. Yasser Al-Mishel and the AFC President for a pennant exchange. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. Yasser, we would like to invite you for your opening address. The floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. In Saudi Arabia, Friday is a weekend, so we are not used to give speeches on Friday morning. So if it's not as per your expectation, please understand the reason. Your Excellency, AFC President Sheikh Salman Al Khalifa, distinguished FIFA Council members, AFC committee members, AFC EXCO members, dear close friend FIFA General Secretary Mr. Matthias, close friend as well, AFC General Secretary Datuk Siri Wansir, dear UEFA Deputy General Secretary Mr. Zoran, dear Presidents, dear General Secretaries, delegates and guest speakers. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome you all to Riyadh. We are deeply proud to host this important AFC conference once again, after first welcoming you here in 2022. This gathering is a reflection of Asia's unity, its excellence, and its shared commitment to progress through football. Speaking of excellence, allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations to all the winners at the AFC Awards 2025 held last night. Your success is a celebration of dedication, hard work, and the remarkable growth of Asian football. I also congratulate all Asian teams who have qualified for the FIFA World Cup 2026. We are proud of your achievements, and we wish you the very best of luck as you represent Asia on the global stage. And to our friends from UAE and Iraq, we wish you every success in the remaining playoffs. We just came 2 days ago from Jeddah. It was very, very tense, playing against Indonesia and Iraq. And I want to give a special thanks to my friend, Mr. Adnan Dirjal from the Iraq FA. Although it was very, very tense, but we managed to stay quiet in the VVIP area. This conference comes at a truly transformable moment for both Asian and Saudi football. Football is, of course, a game, but it is also a powerful platform for education, inclusion, and innovation. In Saudi Arabia, inspired by Vision 2030, we are fully committed to continuing our investment in youth development, grassroots initiatives, and of course, women's football, while strengthening good governance across our football ecosystem. This transformation extends to our clubs as well. And today in the afternoon, you will hear more about the growth and global vision of the Saudi Pro League, which continues to evolve as one of the most exciting leagues in the world. But above all, let's remember our greatest investment must always be in people, our players, coaches, referees, and of course, our fans. At SAF, we are proud of our strong and growing partnership with the AFC football family. We share of our AFC football family, we share the same belief that Asia's strength lies in its unity and that every member association contributes to our collective success. This is why we've seen some Saudi brands stepping forward to engage with AFC, because today the AFC brand stands strong and respected around the world. On behalf of everyone at SAF, I wish to thank the AFC president and his team for the visionary leadership, for bringing stability, and for guiding our Asian football family toward greater excellence. Before I conclude, I cannot overlook the deep pain that our brothers and sisters in Palestine continue to endure. As the FIFA president has reminded us, football has a unique power to unite, to inspire hope, and to rebuild communities. It is therefore our moral responsibility as football leaders to stand with football family in Palestine, to support their resilience and to help them rebuild the game that brings joy and dignity to everyone. Once again, I welcome you all to Riyadh, a city that proudly embodies the spirit of our region's transformation. That's why it's crowded sometimes. I wish you very enjoyable stay in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and fruitful AFC conference that will continue to strengthen the bonds of friendship and collaboration across our great continent. I want to give special thanks to the AFC Deputy General Secretaries, Mr. Vahid and Shin, and all their team for organizing such important event for us. I took the permission from my wife to spend the 3 days in the Four Seasons, so I want to make sure that I meet every one of you. And also, I want to plan as well to make sure that I visit you in your own countries as well. Thank you so much, and enjoy the conference.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yasser, for your welcome remarks. Before I continue, allow me to welcome FIFA Secretary General, Mr. Matthias, who's here with us. Matthias, we're happy to have you here with us. And now, we have a special video message from the FIFA President, Mr. Gianni Infantino. Please direct your attention to the screen for the President's video remarks. Thank you very much.
Dear President, my dear friend Sheikh Salman, dear Presidents, General Secretaries, members of the FIFA Council and of the AFC Executive Committee, colleagues, delegates, distinguished friends, and distinguished guests. It is a pleasure to be able to address you all once again, even if I unfortunately cannot be home with you in person this time in Riyadh, as some last-minute change of plans require my presence in the United States these days, linked, of course, with the upcoming FIFA World Cup. So let me kick off by congratulating all the deserved award winners from last night's AFC Award celebration. You are the standard bearers of football on this great continent, and thank you for all that you do for our beautiful sport. My dear friends, you all know my deep love for Asian football and how much I'm looking forward to seeing so many Asian countries in action at the FIFA World Cup 2026. The tournament will be the greatest show on the planet, and having debutants like Jordan and Uzbekistan, there is proof that it is truly the most inclusive FIFA World Cup ever. Congratulations to both teams on their qualification, and best wishes to the other Asian teams who have qualified. Australia, Iran, Japan, Korea Republic, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia. I'm sure you will represent your fans with pride on the global stage in Canada, Mexico, and the United States next year. And best wishes, of course, as well to Iraq and the United Arab Emirates, who will contest a playoff next month, with the winners advancing to the Interconfederation playoffs, which will take place in March of next year. Maybe there will be 9 Asian teams involved in what will be the greatest FIFA World Cup ever. And I'm also so pleased that Asia was where FIFA history was made earlier this month, with the first FIFA Women's Champions Cup game in China. Next month, the Philippines will provide the stage for another historic event, the first ever FIFA Futsal Women's World Cup. And then I look forward to being in Qatar towards the end of the year, as 3 FIFA tournaments will be staged there. The FIFA Under-17 World Cup for boys, with 48 teams, 8 of which are from Asia, followed by the FIFA Arab Cup and the FIFA Intercontinental Cup. And of course, Asia will again be at the vanguard of the game in 2034, when football will unite the world in beautiful Saudi Arabia for the first tournament of a new century of the FIFA World Cup. I'm very excited that millions of fans will have the opportunity to visit this wonderful country and discover its incredible nature, culture, and food, as well as its passion for football, just as many of you are doing right now. These are great strides forward for our game, and Asia is showing the way also with regard to club football. In fact, I've been delighted by the success of the new format of the AFC Champions League and the introduction of the AFC Women's Champions League, 2 competitions that showcase the exceptional quality of football across Asia. Congratulations on these important developments. That quality was on show during the FIFA Club World Cup 2025, where Asia was proudly represented by 4 clubs and actually players from 8 different Asian nationalities. And I think all football fans in the world still remember
the incredible run of Al Hilal. And you're showing the way off the pitch too. With the support from FIFA Forward, you continue to develop infrastructure, to build capacity, having a hugely positive impact on the football landscape across the region. You are the architects of your own success, and I congratulate you. And with the enthusiasm that you have embraced the new FIFA Arena project, just as you have football for schools and the FIFA Talent Development Scheme before it, with all this you are putting in place the building blocks for sustained success. Your know-how will now serve the global game too, with representatives from across the continent occupying more than 100 seats on FIFA standing committees. 13 of you serve as chairpersons or deputy chairpersons, giving FIFA's Asian member associations a strong and leading voice in FIFA's decision-making process. It is you, with your talent, your ideas, and your energy, who will help shape the future of world football. It also means that conferences such as this one are even more important now, as you can transfer best practice in Asia to the world stage and vice versa. So take this opportunity to share knowledge, to learn from each other, and keep working to ensure an ever brighter future for football in Asia. I can assure you that FIFA will be there to support you every step of the way. Thank you so much, and I'm looking very much forward to seeing you all very, very soon. All the best, and bye-bye.
We thank the FIFA president for his kind words. Before we begin our official program, we would like to take a group photo to capture this special moment. May I kindly ask for everyone to remain in your seats, and our team will take the photo from stage. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We will now take a break and reconvene at 11 a.m. sharp. Please make your way back to the conference hall on time so we can start our program on schedule. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin in 5 minutes. Kindly take your seats.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all had a good break and ready to dive into our first session of the day. We begin this morning with a presentation that sets the tone for what drives our collective work in football. To share his insights on this important theme and to remind us of the core purpose that guides the AFC's technical and development direction. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Andy Roxburgh, the AFC Technical Director, to present the mission. Andy, the floor is yours.
Well, good morning, Presidents, General Secretaries, distinguished guests, colleagues and friends. It's a great pleasure to be with you this morning here in Riyadh. I'm on a mission. I'll be a bit like a substitute that's come on late in the game. You know the idea, you run about in all directions, you hope you'll cause a stir somewhere, and worst case scenario, you entertain one or two people. So that will be the mentality. I'm on a mission. My mission is to deliver this short presentation to yourself. There are three acts. One is the mission itself, two, the message, and thirdly, the match. So first of all, definition, what is a mission? A mission, as you can see, is an important task, assignment, or a journey for a person or a group of people, like an MA. So, now many of you will have seen the movie, so you've heard Mission Impossible. And in the movie, because it's a movie, it always ends up Mission Possible, because it's not real life. For us, it's much more difficult to go from Mission Impossible to Mission Possible. Now, we have two main missions. We've got a lot of them, but two main ones. One is our development mission, and the second one is the performance mission. Recently, and Suni, the president of JFA, I was with him earlier this year, we had 2,500, in fact, Japanese coaches. And the JFA have declared that they'd like to win the Men's World Cup in 2050. So I was asked to give a presentation, here is the title, From Child to Champion. What were the dreams, the demands, the dangers of the talent development progress? And the message there was quite simple, is if you want to win the World Cup, then you better be world class in your development program. That will give you the chance. Now, we have already had Mission Impossible, which was up to now impossible, and it's become Mission Possible, both with Jordan and Uzbekistan. They have done a fantastic job because they invested in youth development and in coach education and a number of other things as well, of course. I'm recognizing a top referee there. No whistle today, don't be blowing your whistle. And so, well done to Jordan and Uzbekistan for going from Mission Impossible to Mission Possible. And of course to our other qualifiers, well done to all of them. You've heard a lot about that already this morning. Now, for me personally, let me just share a short story with you. When I was the manager of the Scottish national team, we had gone to the World Cup, but it was the 5th time in a row. We'd become quite complacent about that. It was norm. But what we had never done was back-to-back qualifications. We had never been to the Euro. And everybody said, a nation of under 5 million people, no chance of going back-to-back qualifications. So what happened then was, it came down to one match. We were playing against, and you can see in the photograph, we're playing against Switzerland in Bern, pouring wet night, 52,000 people, and they're winning 2-0 at half-time. And all we need is a draw to win the group and go to the Euros and get that mission possible. So you get off the bench and you're desperately trying to think, what do I do now? You know, send for a taxi. And as you're walking away, I suddenly saw something. Always look for something positive in a negative situation. What did I see? The crowd were celebrating victory, but they weren't the issue. The players in the other team were celebrating victory, and it was half time. So we simply go into the dressing room and said, lift your head, we're going to win this match. Why? Because if we score one goal, they will collapse, because they're already celebrating. They think it's already over. There is also in football, and in fact in sport in general, the losing lead phenomenon. You've never noticed it in many sports, when a team starts to lose the lead, you know, they're winning 3-0, it goes 3-1, oops, anxious. 3-2, panic. So the minute you score that one goal and create that situation, we're hoping then that something's going to happen. So we change everything, we go flat out for the goal, and you need to be lucky as well, of course, and we score after 20 minutes. And exactly what I said, panic sets in the other team. It goes to 2-2, we hit the post in the last minute, but it didn't matter because we had the point, and suddenly we had mission possible, something that had been impossible up to that point. Now, we have a mission, a technical mission at AFC. You can see our objectives. One is to help Asian teams consistently compete on the world stage. But there's other things as well. It's to do with grassroots, elite youth football, and also, as you can see, that's to do with the academies there. And mainly coach education, quality and quantity. But the main message for me is this: you are the heroes of the story, not us. We're the backstage. We're there with one mission entirely, and that is to help you be a success. Now, it doesn't need to necessarily be in the world stage. It may be regionally, it may be continental level, it can be whatever you need it to be. But you are the heroes of your story, and our job is to support you. So the mission, whatever your mission is, what is the message? Carlo Ancelotti, when he was at Real Madrid last year, before he went to Brazil, he said, in football, the product is on the pitch, right? And as you can see here, what happens there drives the various revenue streams. I would add to that, when it comes to competitions, they not only drive the revenue, they drive development, they create interest, they engage the fans, they create the test for the players, and of course, all of it ends up where it challenges the coach and gets everybody interested. Competitions are the key. That's why if we don't have competitions at youth level, we have a problem. If there's a vacuum there, we have to address that problem. So competitions are crucial. My message is, all roads lead to the pitch. Whatever your ambitions, your mission, your player development, public interest, coach education, referee education, competitions, your investment in terms of revenue, facilities, everything, all roads lead to the pitch. There's no GPS system to guide you. You need, and you already have, leadership, know-how, planning, and desire. An investment, famous investor once said, investing's simple, but not easy, because you have to first of all get the funds to decide. But it's not just funds, it's also your intellect, your energy, your enthusiasm, the teamwork within your organization. A lot of things come into that. Now, when it comes to investment, we're talking here in technical terms about player development, coach education, facilities. When I was technical director at UEFA, I was quite friendly with the president of Iceland. We're talking here 20 years ago. And he did two things. Oh, before I say that, the smallest country ever to win the World Cup. You've all heard that Cape Verde are the second smallest. They've got over 500,000 people. What's the smallest? Matthias, the smallest is Iceland. Because Iceland has only got like just less than 300,000 people. So the president of Iceland said to me what he did. He said, what did you do? They went to the World Cup, they went to the Euro. What did he beat England in the Euro? What did you do? Two things. Number one, in Iceland, they only have daylight for the year, about 1/4 of the year. So they built facilities, indoor football halls, and AstroTurf pitches outside with floodlights, so that they could practice and play the whole year round. Number one. Number two, and crucially, every youth team had to have a qualified coach. And those two things triggered the development. Then players started to show, and those players were then sent to mainland Europe to top clubs, and the rest is history. They drew with Argentina, they beat England, etc. So skills are the currency of the future. The more you invest in that, the more valuable, successful you will become. And again, as we said at the beginning, global standards. We all have to recognize now it's a globalized world. And in all aspects of the game, whether it's competitions, refereeing, whatever it is, medical, analysts, coaching, your performance, the whole thing has to be viewed in the direction of global standards. I was having dinner in an Italian restaurant with Hajime in Tokyo, and I asked him a straight question. He's manager of Japan, doing really well. I said to him, to be a world title contender, to get that World Cup you're changing, Hajime, what needs to be even better? He took the menu, turned it over, and wrote out in Japanese that, one, physical and mental toughness needs to be better. Skill under pressure, right? Quick action and anticipation also needs to be there. A clear playing model. He needs the teamwork and the team coordination to be better, and it crucially links to the world. They have now even got an office in Germany, so they take care of their players based in Europe. So that was right off the top of his head on the back of a menu in an Italian restaurant. So the winning formula, everybody, is players plus competition plus well-trained coaches equals success. No players, no game. No competitions, no teams. No coaches, no development, no success. And talent is not enough, but talent can make the difference. Now, the two gentlemen you see on the screen here were both in contention for the Player of the Year. The one, of course, on the right won it, Al Dosari from here, from Saudi Arabia, Al Hilal player, and Afif from Qatar. And if you're in any doubt that Asia's got talent, watch this. Press play, please. the question here is, what is talent? Well, you've just seen it on display. It first of all is technique, but then it's linked to game appreciation. Let me tell you a quick story. Again, when I was at UF, I went to watch a Champions League game. AC Milan were playing against Manchester United. Coach of Manchester United was my teammate. We played for nearly 3 years together as twin strikers, Sir Alex Ferguson and myself. So I go to the game and Alex lost the match. So I go, oh, I'm definitely having to go to the press conference, because he's always brilliant in those situations. So I go there, and at the press conference, Alex said, yeah, well done to Milan, they played very well tonight. He's got a photographic memory, and he was able to identify things that happened. He then said, however, I'm optimistic, because we've got 2 young players in our team, technically very good, but they're still learning the game. Once they become more mature in football knowledge, they will be top level. The 2 young players he was talking about were Cristiano Ronaldo, who you all know had quite a good career, playing here now in Riyadh, and Wayne Rooney, who had a fantastic career with Manchester and England. So 2 things then, but it's more than that. It's also the ability to learn, to have desire, to have the passion to be a player. It's also being able to control your career. There are so many other aspects to becoming that talent on the pitch, and it's not just technique or the slow process of understanding the game. The talent process, when we deal with it, comes like this. It's a whole process that we go through. First of all, you identify it. Then you attract it to your club. Then you start developing it. Next phase, you have to manage it. Take care of it. Manage the talent. Then challenge them to be as good as they can be. You've then got to keep the talent because everybody else wants it. So keeping the talent, keeping them on board, that they know they're developing and improving. You've then got to use it. If you put them in the reserves and they never play, then the talent suddenly dries up. So you need to use it, even if that means you farm them out to another team, put them on loan. You have to then respect the talent in the very difficult phase from youth level to the top. We call it the bridge. And going over that bridge, some of them don't make it. So you have to respect the talent and look after it in that very difficult phase. And finally, you have to satisfy it, that they realize their potential. And by doing that, you will satisfy them. When it comes to youth development, here's a guiding principle, and we've got guiding principles for everything that we do. And one of them here is for the youth level. It's the best, with the best, against the best, guided by the best. So the best young players playing with the best, playing against the best, and guided by the best youth coaches. I say that clearly, youth coaches. They don't necessarily need to be top club managers. That's the principle. Also, and in addition, supported by the best. That's all the sports science and the medical teams and all of that. Officiated by the best. So, because that's also vital that their highly competitive games are well refereed. And provided with the best. Facilities, changing rooms, surfaces, etc. So, your mission, that's up to you to decide what it is. The message is clear though. Everything, all roads are leading to the pitch, ultimately. So we come to the match. Now, my old friend, former legend coach in Belgium, Guy Tees, he said this to me one night. He said, education is always indispensable, right? But the match still remains the ultimate examination. So yes, we're going to educate our players, educate our coaches, our referees, our administrators. But in the end, the match is going to be the ultimate decision. And Datuk Windsor, sitting over here, said to me just a couple of weeks ago, MEs are judged by what happens on the pitch. So whether we like it or not, that's the case. Now, it might be on the pitch, might be a wonderful grassroots program. It might be a great youth program. But ultimately, results are going to dictate how people view you. So MEs are judged by what happens on the pitch. Now, an MA's role, I don't need to tell you this, you all know. Key responsibilities: to govern and manage, to develop and promote. Okay, so to develop and promote, to organize and to control, and to represent the country and to compete, whether that's at youth level, club level, or national level. Now, each MA, all of you will have your specific ambitions, your goals, you'll all have that. And some of them might even be viewed as mission impossible at this point in time. Each of us are in here to contribute in some way. So, first of all, many of you in the room are the decision makers. Crucial. Can I tell you, when I went to UEFA, I started there, had been a national coach, and I started there, and I thought technical 1, admin 2, and the officialdom 3, right? That was my view of it. I was wrong. I learned very quickly that it's the other way around. Because unless the leaders give you the green light, give you the funds, give you the support, nothing happens. So all of you, the decision makers, you're the key. You will decide what happens in your programs. That's the first thing. The second thing is, if you don't have a really efficient administration, then again, your programs, your teams will suffer. And thirdly, if those top 2 things are in place, then the technicians can take over. The players and the technicians will have an environment where they can flourish. So decision makers, organizers, administrators, coaches, coach educators, crucial people, a rarity, but crucial people, and all the specialists that we have today. AFC, I told you, we're the backroom staff. We're here to help you. And that means we can provide you with information, advice, funding, contacts, education, and even evaluations and appraisals. And we've got all these things going on. Our coaching convention, and I'm glad to say the president announced yesterday that we've just made an agreement with UEFA. 12 of our MEs, as of this moment, right, their coaches can now move freely to Europe. They need to have a job offer, of course. They need to have worked for 3 years at the highest level, but their license will be recognized in Europe now, and we will add more to that initial group, of 12. We have all these other programs, our elite youth scheme, our grassroots charter, etc., etc. And we have a whole lot of initiatives that go on all the time. Conferences, seminars, courses, grassroots day, women's football day, all the things that you already know. We're there to back you in whatever way we can with all of these things. Now, great Chinese proverb. Chinese president, I bow towards you. If you want to know the road ahead, ask someone who's traveled it. And so if you want to know where to go with coach education or youth development or with your national teams, for example, if you've never been to a World Cup, ask somebody who has. And I don't mean me personally, because if you ask, we may know in our organization, AFC, things that we can help you with. But if we don't know, and there'll be a lot we don't know, then we've got the network. We can put you onto somebody who does know, somebody who can help you with whatever your mission is. Now, today, knowledge is everywhere, as you know. You press the button, you go to AI, and it gives you all the knowledge you want. It might not be deadly accurate all the time, but you get the knowledge. That's the first thing. Or you get the internet, you look up whatever you want. Knowledge is everywhere. And in the past, they used to say, knowledge is power. And yeah, it still remains a power. But, and this is what I say, if knowledge is power, then know-how is superpower. It's even more important. It's what you do with the knowledge. It's having the ability to deliver. Now, you can decide, everybody. You can have success by chance or by design. By chance means you just hope you get a good generation of players. Good luck with that. All the best. You might be lucky once in 50 years. But it's more important to do it by design, that you design the way forward, that you ask for the advice, the support that you need, that you invest in all of this thing. And so you try, and whatever your mission impossible is, it might be simply to win the regional trophy at youth level. It might be to go to the World Cup. It might be to finish higher than you've ever finished before in a World Cup. It might even be to win one. Who knows? Can you make it mission possible? Now, the Japanese have a very nice line for it. It's the effort that makes the impossible possible. It's the effort that makes the impossible possible. So I wish you all good luck, whatever it is your mission is. And I say you'll probably have quite a number of missions that you're involved in. But let me say this, that we've been talking here about technical things. We've been talking about things that we think are important from a technical point of view, coach education, player development, academies, all of these things. But we mustn't forget one thing, is that football is an emotional game. And so what you need is also desire. When I was sporting director at New York, I was walking onto the pitch one morning with Terry Henry, one of my players. And I said to TT, what do you think of this young trialist we've got? Great technique, very fast. TT said, no chance. And I looked at him, I said, what? No chance. I said, why? He said, he doesn't have the desire. He as a player had already recognised it, and he was right, by the way. He never actually made it to the top level, despite his great technique. So we're back to that word desire, which is an emotion. Because you can win, you can't win, as Klopp said, without tactical things. But emotion makes the difference. It's the reason why in the last 5 years we've had a working group dealing with emotions in football. All the things that go into that, emotional intelligence, etc. And Klopp's, believe it or not, they all said he was a hard coach. Klopp's biggest gift was empathy. His ability to relate to people. That was his biggest gift as a head coach. So we cannot ignore that part of it. The emotional element is crucial. And my great colleague Gerard Houllier once said, leadership, all of you in this room, leadership is the transfer of emotions. If you're passionate about something, if you really want to deliver something, people will follow you. If you're kind of neutral about it, then there's no transfer then of emotions. In fact, it can be the opposite, a negative. So, it's not the same to talk of bulls as to be in the bull ring. A lot of words, a lot of talk here today, but you all know when it comes to a World Cup qualifier, the players, the coaches, the president, the general secretary, you've just been through it, Mr. President, you know. Football's bull ring. Can you cope? Can you handle that? Well done, Mr. President, you just handled it. So it's not the same to talk of bulls as to be in the bull ring. Have you got the resilience? Have you got the courage to deal with it? That's the question for all of us in the room. If we don't have it, then we maybe shouldn't be in this business. So I say thank you, and in finishing, let me just say to you, or tell you a small story. A colleague of mine from Hungary worked for 10 years in Jeddah. And when he came back, he came and he said to me, I've learned a new philosophy. I said, well, Saudi philosophy? Yeah, I've learned the philosophy. I said, about happiness. I said, what do you mean? He said, well, there are 3 things that make you happy. I said, okay, explain. Number 1, he said, is the president happy? If the president's happy, you will be happy. Okay. Number 2, did you win the last game? Now, the last game might be a football match. It might be your last speech you gave. It might be the last exco meeting you had. Whatever it was, the event, did you win? Were your success? Did you win the last game? And thirdly, have you watered the flowers recently? Wow, what does that mean? It means, have you given of yourself to those around you? Family, friends, colleagues, the players you deal with. Have you given of yourself? Have you shown that you want to water the flowers? So I thought, well, that's fantastic. Happiness then. Is the president happy? You're happy. Did you win the last game? You will be happy. Have you watered the flowers recently? You will be happy. But I've decided there's a fourth one. And the fourth one is quite straightforward. Have you attended an AFC event recently? If you have attended an AFC event, then you will be happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Please remain on stage, as we would like to open the floor for questions. All right, if we don't have any questions, ladies and gentlemen, we will now break for lunch and reconvene at 2 p.m. sharp. Enjoy your lunch, and we're looking forward to seeing you shortly. Thank you very much. Good one.
Not here for the glory, I'm here cause they called me. They said that they needed a hero, guess this is my origin story. So no turning back then, when the whole city's collapsing. You know it's time, all on the line, okay, I'm ready for action. I can feel the ground shaking, I'm charging up, I'm electric. You better come at me with all you got, cause I'm ready, power up. Time to suit up in the main. Power up. Make you remember my name. Power up. Is that a bird or a plane? Power up. Here I come to save the
Lunch will be served at Salon B, just the next room next to the conference hall. Enjoy your lunch.
26 continues. Well, as expected, Electric starts with escape. Bringing it forward, thinks about the shot, and he finds the corner with a blistering drive.
Celino Ferdinand who centres it for Holiday.
Son Heung-min, that is marvellous from Son. South Korea lead, and it comes from the left boot of Son.
Next cross comes in, and it's headed home there by Maeda.
Free kick is saved. To send it into the middle, and it's gone all the way through.
2 minutes to go here. Al Sanea with the cross, and Yusuf Al Suleiman with his second of the game.
Uzbekistan have their breakthrough. It has been coming.
From distance, chance now, lovely comeback onto his left foot, and what a finish, Palestine.
continues.
Well, as expected, electric start to this game.
Bringing it forward, thinks about the shot, and he finds the corner with a blistering drive.
Celino Ferdinand who centres it for Robinay.
Son Heung-min, that is marvellous from Son. South Korea lead, and it comes from the left boot of Son. As the next cross comes in, and it's headed home there by Maeda.
Free kick is saved. To send it into the middle, and it's gone all the way through.
2 minutes to go here. Al Sanea with the cross. And Yusuf Al Suleiman with his second of the game.
Uzbekistan have their breakthrough. It has been coming.
From distance, chance now. Lovely cutback onto his left foot. And what a finish. Palestine coming back right at the death.
That is a superb ball in. That was just sublime from the Qatar captain. Afif with the long ball.
China come forward, ball into the middle. And Zhang Yuning.
Al-Shadri here, he plays the 1-2, that's very clever indeed. And he slides home the shot ball, but his delivery as Moon hits out the top corner. Free kick for DPR Korea, and it's straight into the top corner.
The ball comes in and it's nicked inside the near post. Oh, Naimat with his second. Jordan back in. And how about that for an equaliser from Ayman Hussein? An acrobatic finish was the trigger to find save back inside to Dosari. And Saudi Arabia, how about that for a finish?
I'm feeling golden, lost in the moment. It's taking over me. Keep your composure, you know that I want ya. Can you just hold that beat? Just turn the lights out, baby. Let it go. In the nights out, baby, we lose control. Just turn the lights out, baby. Let it go. We don't need no sun anymore.
Just turn the lights out, baby. We don't need no sun anymore.
We lose control. I'm feeling golden, lost in the moment. It's taking over me. Keep your composure, you know that I want ya. Can you just hold that beat? Just turn the lights out, baby. Let it go. In the nights out, baby, we lose control. Just turn the lights out, baby. Let it go. We don't need no sun anymore.
Just turn the lights out, baby.
We don't need no sun anymore. I'm
Like the thunder in the sky, keep on rolling. Like a rebel on the run, you can't hold me. So come and get out, come and get out. Can you feel all the fire born with desire? Get me outside, gonna light up the sky. Hey, ride on, ride on, ride on, ride on. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Outside, get me outside. Get me outside, get me outside. Ride on,
To welcome everyone to AFC Champions League 2025 for the next 5 days right here in King Abdullah Sports City, Jeddah. All the teams have showed us and the efforts and the dedication that they have put for this tournament.
he missed this one.
And maybe he missed it! He missed it! Guangzhou with 5 players in the defense, which adds like a very strong defense. At the same time, makes your attack very weak. Running forward, he's been superior, really good in the team. And John Duran inside, and that's the goal! That's the goal that they wanted! Al Nassr! We are coming closer and closer to find who is going to be the champion for the AFC Champions League Elite 2025.
That's the thing that you have been seeing from Al Nassr throughout the tournament. Usually, say plays a game, and the other game goes to
step. All the teams have showed us and the efforts and the dedication that they have put for this tournament.
Left and right, could he find the way? Bergson, it's Bergson! Wow!
Had exciting 2 days, and we have probably one of the best days also today because we'll be having what a game.
What a game, exactly.
Yes, what a game. Now,
Of the net,
if he missed this one,
and maybe he missed it!
same way.
He missed it!
Guangzhou with 5 players in the defense, which adds like a very strong defense. At the same time, make your attack very weak.
Running forward, he's been superior, really good in the team, and John Duran inside, and that's the goal! That's the goal that they wanted! Al Nassr! We are coming closer and closer to find who is going to be the champion for the AFC East Champions League Elite 2025.
That's the thing that you have been seeing from Al Nassr throughout the tournament. Usually, say plays a game, and the other game goes to
there. All the teams have showed us and the efforts and the dedication that they have put for this tournament.
Left and right, could he find the way? Backhand, it's backhand!
Had exciting 2 days, and we will have probably one of the best days also today because we will be having what a game.
What a game, exactly.
Yes, what a game. Now,
Of the
but
net,
he missed this one.
and maybe he
Oh,
missed it!
same way.
He missed it!
Guangzhou with 5 players in the defense, which adds like a very strong defense at the same time, make your attack very weak.
Running forward, he's been superior, really good in the team, and John Duran inside, and that's the goal! That's the goal that they wanted! Al Nassr! We are coming closer and closer to find who is going to be the champion for the AFC E-Champions League Elite 2025.
That's the thing that you have been seeing from Al Nassr throughout the tournament. Usually, say plays a game, and the other game goes to
City, Jeddah.
All the teams have showed us and the efforts and the dedication that they have put for this tournament.
Left and right, could he find the way? Bergson, it's Bergson!
Had exciting 2 days, and we will have probably one of the best days also today because we'll be having what a game.
What a game, exactly.
Yes, what a game. Now,
Of the net,
but he missed this one.
and maybe he
Oh,
missed it!
same way!
He missed it!
Guangzhou with 5 players in the defense, which adds like a very strong defense. At the same time, makes your attack very weak.
Running forward, it's been superior, really good in the team, and John Duran inside, and that's the goal! That's the goal that they wanted! Al Nassr! We are coming closer and closer to find who is going to be the champion for the AFC Champions League Elite 2025.
Sports City, Jeddah.
All the teams have showed us and the efforts and the dedication that they have put for this tournament.
Left and right, could he find the way? Backside, it's backside!
Had exciting 2 days, and we will have probably one of the best days also today because we'll be having what a game.
What a game, exactly.
Yes, what a game. Now,
Of the net,
but he missed this one.
and maybe he
Oh,
missed it!
same way.
He missed it!
Guangzhou with 5 players in the defense, which adds like a very strong defense. At the same time, make your attack very weak.
Running forward, he has been superior, really good in the team. And John Duran inside, and that's the goal! That's the goal that they wanted! Al Nassr! We are coming closer and closer to find who is going to be the champion for the AFC East Champions League Elite 2025.
That's the thing that you have been seeing from Al Nassr throughout the tournament. Usually, say plays a game, and the other game goes to
Sports City, Jeddah.
All the teams have showed us and the efforts and the dedication that they have put for this tournament.
Left and right, could he find the way? Bergson, it's Bergson!
Had exciting 2 days, and we will have probably one of the best days also today because we'll be having what a game.
What a game, exactly.
Yes, what a game. Now,
Of the net,
but he missed this one.
and maybe he
Oh,
missed it!
same way!
He missed it!
Guangzhou with 5 players in the defense, which adds like a very strong defense. At the same time, make your attack very weak.
Running forward, it's been superior, really good in the team, and John Duran inside, and that's the goal! That's the goal that they wanted! Al-Nassr! We are coming closer and closer to find who is going to be the champion for the AFC Champions League Elite 2025.
That's the thing that you have been seeing from Al-Nassr throughout the tournament. Usually, say plays a game, and the other game goes to
Different plans. Still Angelo inside. Angelo could find someone, but Angelo!
what a goal! What
that
a
was.
goal!
You
What a
have to
goal!
give credit when it's due, and maybe another one! Of the AFC Champions League Elite Elite. And then we present our champions once again, Al-Nassr.
To welcome
Ladies and gentlemen, please begin taking your seats. The conference will begin in 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin in 5 minutes. Kindly take your seats.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and members of the football family, good afternoon and welcome back. In recent years, the football world has turned its eyes towards Saudi Arabia, a nation making bold moves to redefine the global football landscape. The Saudi Pro League stands at the heart of this transformation, combining ambition, investment, and a clear vision for sustainable growth. Our next session, the Saudi Pro League Vision and Growth, will take us through how the league's strategic direction is shaping its future. From talent development and club excellence to international appeal and commercial success. To share this remarkable journey, please join me in welcoming Mr. Abdulaziz Al Afalih, Saudi Pro League Chairman, to the stage for his presentation. Welcome, Abdulaziz. The floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum. Good evening. Bueno? Okay. That's an old, nice picture of mine. I gained a lot of weight after so many years in football. So it seems that I have to go and do some workout so I can gain back, inshallah, this beautiful leg. Thank you so much for attending here. Distinguished colleagues, dear friends. It gives me great pride to welcome you to Saudi Arabia, the home of a people whose lives have always been touched by football. Hosting you here at this historic moment is both an honor and a responsibility. Before I begin, allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations to our Saudi national team for qualifying for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Their achievement is not only a source of national pride, but a reflection of the collective progress of Saudi football, a testament to the hard work, unity, and ambition that drive us all forward. And that spirit of unity is what brings us together today. Football binds us and unites our continent. It builds bridges across cultures, and it speaks to our people in a language deeper than words. In Saudi Arabia, we have committed ourselves to building football not only for our nation, but for many more. Allow me today to share with you our journey, the progress we have made, and the vision we hold for our collective future. Saudi football today stands as the highest ranked in Asia, recognized by the AFC. And at the heart of it is the Saudi Pro League. The league whose mission extends far beyond the 90 minutes. We exist to create moments that matter both on and off the pitch. Every match is more than a game. It is a stage for competition, community, and culture. Our ambition is to weave these moments into a story of passion that connects people locally, regionally, and around the world. In 2023, we set out on a bold transformation, fully aligned with our ambitions of Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030. The goal is clear: to position the SPL among the top performing leagues globally. A league that inspires people, players, unites fans, and stands as a beacon of excellence for the game. This transformation is about more than attracting stars or signing contracts. It is about nurturing the next generation of Saudi talent, creating genuine bonds with our communities, and lifting every club so that they all rise together. It is about opening our doors to the world, expanding our reach, and showing that Asian football is among the top globally. And above all, it is about making football a force for good and of lasting impact for society. It is not simply building a league. We are shaping a football legacy that will inspire generations. Our transformation has already started to bear fruit. In broadcasting today, the SPL carried out in over 180 countries by more than 35 partners, marking 3 consecutive years of international rights growth. In commercial growth, international partnerships have doubled, with our partners representing many sectors across the economy. More than 2.6 million fans attended our stadiums last year, in addition to our digital footprint reaching over 3.3 billion just last season. And the SPL now generates almost 500,000 articles annually across more than 14,000 publications worldwide. And in governance, our clubs achieved their highest ever pass rate on a compliance standards. We have uplifted our competition regulations to strengthen match day operations and launched new financial regulations to ensure sustainability and transparency for the long term. And yet, as we all know, in football, the 90 minutes on the pitch remains the ultimate measure of success. And here too, we have much to celebrate. In just the past year, Al Ahly triumphed in the AFC Elite Tournament, overcoming Asia's very best. 3 of the final 4 teams in the competition came from Saudi Pro League, a clear sign of the depth our league has built. And in AFC 2 competition, we witnessed Al Ta'awun reach the semi-final, showing once again the resilience and ambition of Saudi clubs. And a moment we will all remember when Al Hilal stood against Europe's finest in the FIFA Club World Cup. That performance carried a powerful message. When Asian clubs are given the opportunity to compete with the world's best, they prove that quality is not confined to one region or one continent. But these achievements stand on the shoulders of a broader Saudi football ecosystem. The Saudi Arabian Football Federation has safeguarded our heritage by authenticating over a century of football history. Youth development remains a cornerstone, building the next generation of players, and the Ministry of Sports has been the great enabler from world-class infrastructure to support programs and the landmark privatization drive. Privatization is not just an administrative shift. It is a transition that will transform the foundation of Saudi football. By moving clubs into sustainable, professionally managed entities, we open the door to stronger governance, higher quality development, and a system built to last. The transition is designed to secure both competitiveness, stability, enabling our clubs to thrive on the pitch while standing strong off it. Although Saudi football is no stranger to Asian glory, with clubs and our national teams achieving continental success, we knew that more could be done. We strive not only to win trophies, but to help rise the standard of football across Asia. This is why we continually invest together with the Asian Football Confederation, from hosting AFC Elite to staging the AFC Under-17 Championship, and now preparing for the Asian Cup in 2027. We see these tournaments not as Saudi events, but as an Asian showcase. And when clubs compete in continental tournaments with their homegrown talent and international stars, they shine a light on all of us. When football legends like Cristiano Ronaldo participate in AFC competitions, the world's spotlight does not fall only on one player or one club, but on Asian football. With visibility comes responsibility. And with responsibility comes a question many have asked me. Why are we doing this? Is it too much? The answer is simple. We are doing this for our people. Football is not only about winning matches or lifting trophies. It is about the lives it touches, the opportunities it creates, and the pride it builds in every community. Growing a league is not only about matches. It is about the industries and opportunities that surround them. A much wider ecosystem thrives, from airlines to buses to logistics, from hotels to restaurants to service providers. Every game creates jobs. Every season fuels tourism, commerce, and national pride. This is why I say football is like flowing water. It runs through our societies, shaping identity, creating opportunity, and carrying people forward together. And this is why we invest, because investing in football is investing in people. But transformation is not destination, it is a journey. For the Saudi Pro League, the next phase is clear: strengthening governance and financial sustainability, driving standards through robust club licensing, building stronger youth pathways to produce future stars, and harnessing technology and data to modernize every aspect of the game. And in 2027, when the Asian Cup comes to Saudi Arabia, we will not see it as our tournament alone, but as a milestone for the whole continent, a moment to showcase Asia's collective progress to the world. And beyond 2027, we are working toward the next great milestone, hosting the FIFA World Cup in 2034. This achievement is not the work of one league, one federation, or even one sector, but the result of an entire nation moving in the same direction under the leadership of His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, a man who inspired and enabled us to aspire. Together, we have reached this point, and together we will ensure that 2034 is not only a historical moment for Saudi Arabia, but a milestone for Asia and for world football. Hosting the World Cup is both a privilege and a responsibility we will carry it with unity, pride, and determination. Dear colleagues and friends, the story of Saudi football is inseparable from the story of Asian football. Our success is not ours alone. It belongs to the AFC family. Our true measure will not be found only in Riyadh or Jeddah, but in every city where Asian football rises. Let us invest in our people, let us invest in our football, and let us carry Asia forward together.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abdulaziz. We would like to open the floor for questions now.
Thank you, sir. My name is Ulukbek Karimov. I'm the General Secretary of Central Asian Football Association.
I can't hear you very well.
Now?
Okay.
Yes. My name is Ulukbek. I'm General Secretary of Central Asian Football Association. Thank you for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
I have one question. Two questions, actually. The first one is, what is the total budget of the Saudi League? And the second one, how do you fight the gap between the top three clubs and the last three clubs?
The top clubs and the last club.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, for the first question, you must expect that I will tell you this is confidential information. So, but I can tell you that the way we see it is that we had to do a major transformation, a huge investment needed to come to accelerate the league toward the path where we can really get closer to the top leagues around the world. And we have designed a system where we can make sure that we are using the funding in a very efficient way, and we as well focus that this funding will at the end deliver the objectives and goals, and including the goals of keeping the competition quite fair to everyone. Yes, we do recognize that we have big clubs with big fan base, that with very strong as well infrastructure, that really can take on some of the top international stars. And we do have other ambitious clubs that really represent pride of cities. And we make sure that we have the right allocation, the right support, because it is a matter of creating the excitement around the league. But as well, we are trying to create an environment where we are helping the grassroots development of the Saudi players, the talent. And as well, we want to make a contribution for the world football in total. I think what we have done as well by attracting some players, we help them to rediscover themselves, find their let's say, new path toward their career development. And we have seen some players that have made a good comeback to their national teams after joining the Saudi Pro League. So this is what we are standing for.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the presentation. My name is Khalil Salim. I'm the General Secretary of West Asia. I'd like to understand a bit your commercial model as a league. Recently, you went through a tender process, and I think the domestic rights were given to a Saudi commercial player, I believe Thamania, and you're very active in terms of the international global distribution of your league. So can you shed a bit of light on the commercial model that you're applying, how you're redistributing that commercial prospects to the participants of the league, the clubs there, and what your ambitions are in terms of getting to commercially the top of to start competing with the European leagues in terms of commercial rights, in terms of making sure that that's monetized, because it's obvious the amount of spending you're putting in the league is substantial. So how do you look at that commercial model internally, domestically, and externally to achieve the right commercial mix for your clubs and your participants?
Okay, thank you so much for your question. I'll start by explaining a little bit the structure, which is something that was designed since the inception of Saudi Pro League by doing some benchmarking exercise on what other professional leagues have adopted. The job of the league is to handle commercial rights mainly is the broadcasting revenue as well as sponsorship revenue. And we have a mechanism of distribution to the clubs that plays in the league, which is not far from what is commonly used and adopted elsewhere in the top leagues of the world. Then the next thing was how to grow it, how to really bring it to a level where it will have a very positive impact on increasing the value of the players and the league. That's another challenge, and we know that today, in today's world, there are top leagues that really takes most of the viewership around the world, and definitely they are rewarded with very big contracts. And there are other leagues that try to establish themselves and bring their name to a level where they can create somewhere closer revenue. We thought that the best way is to go on to the plan that we have adopted 3 years ago, where we went ahead in the investment in players and improvement of the infrastructure and the improvement on the broadcasting quality. And then we built, on top of all of that, an effort of how to monetize it and make it create the return. It is a journey, but we have seen some fruits. We are making some great development in terms of the commercial revenue, but it is not an easy task, and you need to be consistent. You need to build a brand. You need to show that this is something not gonna discontinue, but by any means. And this is, I think, where we started to get attraction of big broadcasters and as well attraction of big international companies that are willing to sponsor the league. So it takes a lot of effort and it requires a lot of consistency, but it seems that it is paying back, and we are, I think, on track.
Hello. Hi. There. Yeah. Good afternoon. My name is Andy from ASEAN Football Federation. First of all, congratulations on the remarkable transformation of the Saudi Pro League. I believe the Saudi football revolution started in like 2021, if I'm not mistaken. So as the league continues its growth trajectory, what key challenges and opportunities do you foresee in the next few years, and what strategic measures will be implemented to address these challenges while maximizing the league's potential?
Yeah, thank you so much for your question. In terms of challenges, there are challenges, I don't think they are unique to us. I think these are general challenges that faces any league. I think there is a generation of younger generation that we really want to attract them to watch football, attract them as well to play football. And they are thinking different. They grown up to be gamers. They are grown up to be into the social media. And they think different. And I think we need really to work on shaping the league, shaping the tournament in a way that will attract them and make them engaged with us. When we grew up, it wasn't easy to watch, let's say, the English Premier League, because there were not enough, let's say, broadcasters that can bring it to different countries. But today, a lot of kids, they are only watching European leagues. And we need to show them that we have something even more local, more exciting. It has a different story you could relate to, and you can enjoy as well, not only watching a match on the TV, but actually you can go and be in the stadium. And this is what we are trying to work on. In terms of our specific challenge, I think this is something that we try to work with the federation, with my friend and brother, President Yasser, is to balance between making it a very exciting, attracting league and still give a chance to the Saudi players to have enough minutes to play, so they can really be a strong national team. That's a difficult balance. We are always in continuous communication, trying to sense whether what we are doing really is adding to their skill sets and capabilities, or is it too much that we need to allow them to have more space to play. And this is, I think, one of the issues that many leagues faces when they are open with a lot of foreign players in their league. أصعب سؤال الحين.
Well, thank you, Engineer Abdulaziz. First of all, I was late a few minutes. I wanted to make sure that he doesn't criticize the federation. So Kanye will tell me after if he did something. But anyway, it's just to take this opportunity to talk a little bit about the relationship between the federation and the league. I know in some countries that sometimes that there are some issues here and there. But before talking about that, I want first to say something about Engineer Abdulaziz, that in 2013, he was a chairman of a club called Al-Fath. And maybe some of you didn't hear before about this club, but at that year, he was the chairman, under his leadership, they won the Saudi League. So it was a big surprise for everyone. So that's a big success to Al-Fath and Abdulaziz.
Thank you.
Of course, they are very tough competitor of the club that I come from, but that's something we deal with later on. I think it's very, very important that the league and the federation really work close together. I know in some places, in some European countries, top countries, we always hear in the media that there are fights between the league and the federation. And this is really something will affect negatively the football ecosystem in general. Maybe I was before the chairman of the league, maybe it made it a bit easier for me as a federation person to understand the real role of the league, but it is a must that the league and the federation work closely together. And I think also having Abdulaziz to be a board member in the federation also made it much easier. I must admit that sometimes we have little small fights, but we make sure that we don't spread it to the media. But it is normal, it is part of the nature of football that sometimes the league want to do something where the federation thinks that, shouldn't be done in that way. To conclude, for the number of non-local players compared to the minutes played of the Saudi players, it's a challenge, but it has two aspects. First, increasing the number of non-local players, we've seen and witnessed that the level of the local players also in terms of the being professional, being disciplined, caring more about the training, doing the proper training. So the level of the Saudi players, they train every day with these stars, really have been uplifted. On the other side, and how that the minutes played or the minutes given to the Saudi players, we need to work on. So that's something, as Engineer Abdulaziz said, it's something that very important, especially for the national team. But overall, I think the positive impact that we got from the non-local players have really helped us and also encouraged the young players to really be more disciplined in early stage. So at the end of the day, we are working closely on how we want to make sure that we increase the minutes that played for the Saudi players. But at the same time, it's very, very exciting to have these players from abroad that they brought a lot of experience, a lot of professionalism, and a lot of discipline to our players. Sorry for the long, but I said you have still 5 minutes, so I thought to take it. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, if we don't have any further questions, we would like to invite on stage Dasho Ogun Sechap for the panel presentation. Thank you very much, Abdulaziz. Thank you, Dasho. Abdulaziz, you may take your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, Football is more than just goals and trophies. It's a powerful force that can drive positive change in society and the environment. Sustainability is now at the heart of our game, grows and leaves a lasting legacy. Our next presentation, Football Impact Beyond the Game, will highlight exactly that. Please join me in welcoming Michele Uva, UEFA Executive Director of Social and Environmental Sustainability, to share his insights on this important topic. Welcome, Michele.
Thank you. Dear President of AFC, Sheikh Salman Al Khalifa, dear President of the Saudi Football Federation, Mr. Yasser Al Mishal, dear AFC EXCO member, dear FC FIFA Council member, dear GS President of AFC Confederation, dear all family of Asian Football Confederation. Friends, because I'm honored to be here today with friends of our sister confederation FC. I will try to summarize in 25 minutes the last 5 years of my life. Is not only my life, but also the life of my colleagues, 15 colleagues that in Nyon are driving me and driving UEFA on sustainability matters. Thanks in advance for your time, for your attention. I will try to be faster, but I will not go too deep in each of these topics, but please, my presence here, thanks to the Deputy General Secretary, Vadim Kardani, that I thanks to give us the opportunity. We are opening the door of UEFA and European football to create a synergy with all of you in Asia. You are an interesting continent, as the FIFA president this morning told very. Impact behind the game. I don't talk about me. We go directly to what are the key points today. Why is sustainability linked to football? That is the first big question that I raised with my president, Alexander Cheferin, in 2021, when we met in his room and said, Michele, at the moment I was UEFA vice president, he asked me, Michele, we need to do something for sustainability. We need to embed sustainability in our football, in our DNA. How is sustainability applied in the football sectors? What is the impact that football can generate on the civil society? And which approach has UEFA taken in the last 5 years, and what we are looking for the next 5-10 years. And at the end will be one slide to share with you what are the opportunity to work together and to try to share best practice coming from your experience and coming from our experience. Will be a practical. We're starting in 2021, setting the first list. What sustainability in football is not. For us, is not the same of a philanthropy or charitable activities. Is not a PR or a communication exercise. Is not just an impression management. We call them greenwashing or blue washing. Is not a compliance exercise to tick the box. Is not be greener, and is not a cost. Is an investment. The second part of our discussion with the UEFA EXCO was what sustainability is in football. Sorry if I stress the sustainability and football. We are not talking about the big sustainability ever in the world. We are not able to save the planet. We are not able to solve all the social problems, but we need to take our part as the biggest platform in the world. For us, sustainability is about following the ESG framework to generate value to our national associations, to anticipating and adapting the expectation of our stakeholders, to switch to an investment mindset Is not a cost, is an investment with a double ROI mindset. Return on investment and risk of inaction. They are the same two faces, but of the same medal. Football is about generating impact on society. We need to take our responsibility to generate impact, and collaborating and innovating with partner institutions and sister confederations. Acceleration is crucial. Is one of the most fascinating physical gestures during the match, when there is some accelerating. We decided to accelerate, but following a strategic approach. For this reason, we set 6 steps. Sorry, could be too boring, but I leave the space also to some picture I saw on the stage. The step 1 is we need the commitment from the top management. Nothing can happen, nothing can be applied if we have not the strong commitment of you. I was a CEO for Italian FA for 5 years. I know what it means to be the General Secretary in 1NA. I know what are the power of the president to drive change in our association. For this reason, probably this is, for me, is a call to action. Was a call to action in our Congress in 2022 when we present our strategy that I will show you later. But at the beginning, if our president, Alexander Ceferin, didn't tell me, Michele, go, move forward, the future is there, I never can do the second, the third, the fifth, and the 6th step. The second step is appointed a team. We need a team. Nothing can come from random actions. The second is strategy. The third is a strategy. The fourth, we need an action plan, from strategy to action. The fifth is we need to measure, and we need to analyze the data that coming from our activities. If we have not data, if we have not information, if we not analyze the trend that we have, we never know what is the impact. And the sixth one is the last one. We need to report every year what we are doing, and we need to communicate what is the football impact. What we did, the first step was commitment, but the second was the consultation with our stakeholders. We create a map where, of course, in the middle there is at the center there is the UEFA, but of course our 55 member association are the driver, but also clubs and leagues. And we saw that the second and third steps was to work together with them how to implement it, to go from the top-down approach to try to reach the base of the pyramid that are the amateur and grassroots level. But, of course, the pyramid, we need to activate the pyramid. We identified with all the stakeholders more or less 5 ideas. We need to have in mind the cultural difference in Europe. We go from the south of Europe or the north of Europe, east, west. All the 55 countries has a different cultural approach. We need to respect the cultural approach. We need to respect the national view. We need to respect all national associations. We cannot do one framework for everyone. This is why we decided to create a framework, but leave all the national associations free to adapt to their cultural dimension. The second is we need to create a platform. We cannot act alone. We need to create a platform, means create a community. We need to create a common language, because sometimes the language in sustainability is a little bit different, is different with respect to the global institution. This is why, I will show you later, we are following the SDGs, UN SDGs, but we decided to create a different framework linked to the SDGs, but not apply directly the SDGs to our strategy. Using common language, aligning also the priorities, and building a community of shared purpose. This is why in 2021, we set and we launched the strategy, Strength Through Unity 2030, is a 10-year strategy. We also decided that after 5 years, we will update the strategy, that we are in this phase, in this moment, we update the strategy because sustainability is running. in the last 5 years was totally changed. If I go back in 2020 when I approached the first time, now is something totally different. And we are different. Now we are more committed. We know that we have an impact, that we need to create an impact. We need to lead by example. This is why we create 11 policies, according with the 17 SDGs, but the football policies. 7 are linked to social aspects. I will go later a little bit on one, not all, and I don't want to bore you too much, but with some highlights, with some key policies. I don't want to anticipate where I am falling in love, of course, but I want to anticipate the child protection, child and youth protection. We have a lot of under 18 football players in our community. We need to protect them. We need to create a safe environment, but we will talk later. 7 on social and 4 on environmental. These 11 policies go through the 5 areas of action. Our internal organization first, because we need to lead by example. We need to embed these 11 policies in our organization first, before to discuss with our NAs what we can do together, what they have to do. The second is the UEFA events. We organize every year more than 3,000 matches, 3,500 matches. For this reason, we need to set a framework to embed it in our competition, in our 23 competitions. UEFA members, football ecosystem, that was the first ring in our stakeholder map, and the partner and society. We are dealing with commercial partners. We are dealing with global institutions. We are dealing with governments. We are dealing with the big framework of a global institution. 11 policies through 11 areas of action. And now, 1 minute to try to summarize the strategy in 1 minute's video.
Social and environmental issues are increasingly challenging our society and impact the sport we all love. European football must come together to inspire, activate, and accelerate sustainable action as one team, using a common language and a long-term vision. UEFA has developed a sustainability strategy with 11 policies addressing human rights and the environment. These are implemented in 5 areas of action and accelerated by clear targets and measurable KPIs. This approach acts as an example for member associations, leagues, and clubs to develop their own strategies. We invite all football partners to mobilise their communities on this ambitious journey, because only in unity can the strength of our sport inspire millions to drive positive, sustainable change.
Now, was probably mentioned in the video, the strategy is not only 11 policies, is not only a dream book. In the strategy, there are 34 topics, 11 policies go through 34 topics, 57 targets, and 74 KPIs. And every year in our respect report, we monitoring and we publish our KPIs and the status of the KPIs with measurement and reporting. This is important also to be committed. In 2024, the UEFA launched its strategy United for Success, and Strength through Unity was embedded in overall strategy United for Success, and is touching all the points that we have in our strategy. It means that sustainability now is embedded in the 7 pillars of United for Success strategy. There is a transversal sustainability element in all the documents. And now, where we are Now we are in the most exciting phase, from strategy, from idea, from dream to actions. And it's very important, this phase. It's the most exciting, the most powerful, and is where you can adapt, and you need to be agile to adapt also what you are doing to have an impact, as I mentioned before. I will not go through all the 11 policies. I take only 5 or 6 of them. I have one slide each. The first is the child and youth protection. I mentioned before that for us is a very important key. We have, in Europe, we have 25 million registered players under 18 years old. You can imagine what is the responsibility that we have? Huge. This is why we appointed a dedicated manager. We asked to appoint a dedicated manager in each national association. Now all 55 national associations have a dedicated child and youth safeguarding manager. What we are looking for, and them to have a policies in place in each national association. We provide them a toolkit. We are providing them an online platform that they are using for education for coaches, parents, and staff. We have a dedicated platform in place. And safeguarding guidelines for each event. In each event, we deal with the minors. We need to take care also during our event to create for them the safest environment possible to welcome them and to ask them to enjoy the game. The second one of the lampposts, the second one is health and well-being. We are dealing with the 6 big areas. How is important to be the physical activity, what is the nutrition, mental health, digital addiction, sustainability, substance awareness, and road safety. To engage football community, we are focused on these 6 areas, and our target audience are not only the coaches, are the parents. We are talking with them, with the parents, directly with the children, with the teachers, with the caregivers. We are creating for each of these 6 topics. We launched the first 4. We created a toolkit that we provide to the clubs, to DNAs, and to leagues to use in their home, at domestic level, in their community. For older people, also for health and well-being, we launched also a toolkit for the walking football. Is a new way of to engage also the older people to be active and to continue to be in a football family, but also to make a physical activity and nutrition. The third policy that I want to highlight today is where we are strongly committed is accessibility for disabled communities and fans in the stadiums, in the football infrastructure, and also in our football context. This is why we launched the accessibility guidelines, that's where we take all the best practice with a dedicated also checklist that we are using with the National Association and clubs and leagues to monitor what is the index for each venue in terms of accessibility. We want to guarantee always a fantastic experience of all football passionate and for all categories. I go first to climate action and then back to the circular economy. In the climate area, we focus on measurement, our impact on environment. We create a calculator, the carbon footprint calculator, that is a software where we make the calculation of all our emission. That is now all 55 national associations and more than 200 clubs are using our calculator to make the measurement of our emission. Why? We need to know what are our emissions to create then a reduction plan. We need to do our part, as I mentioned before. To do it, we need to know what we need to do. And the calculator was a huge investment. Reduction of our carbon footprint is a must that we are following. And of course, disclosure of the data in our seasonal respect report, in our each of our events reports, they can create also for us guidelines where how we need to deal with the reduction. One area of reduction is apply the circular economy. We move from a linear approach to the circular approach with what we call the 4R: reduce, reuse, recycle, and recover. We are applying the circular economy principle in all our events. We set also a dedicated guidelines that we translated in 35 languages in Europe to give the toolkit to our national association how to apply the circular economy. And we are using across all our football operations: food and beverage, event materials, energy and water, and apparel. To support action, of course, the guidelines and the checklist is one tool that we are using. Going in sustainability infrastructure, that is, I think, is a very important topic. So, not only in Saudi, but I think in all our football, because football needs their own house to play where we play. We need to be the new construction must build following the most relevant trend that are worldwide. We have created also in this case a specific guidelines, the infrastructure sustainability guidelines that go through the ESG approach, taking care of 4 big areas: the concept, the design, the construction, and most important, the management of the infrastructure. Everything is, then I will tell you later, everything that I'm talking is published in our website. For this you can find all the information there. And then we land in our core business, our events, our matches, where the passion of the people, the passion of our fans, our passion. We organize to create passion, to give emotion to the other, but ourselves. We are always involved in this. And we embedded all the criteria that I mentioned before in all 23 competitions that go from under 17 to the big Euros. But each competition, we have an ESG matrix. For each competition, also the under 17 that we played in Faroe Islands, in the north of Europe, there is an ESG matrix. Very simple, very easy. Of course, the budget is quite different between under 17 to the Euro. The last Euro, we invested more than 32 million euros on sustainability, of course, but we have the same approach also for small events, because we think that we deal with all the events. ESG matrix, focus on concrete actions. Post-event report is more important, post-event report, because we need to be accountable with the fair performance against the targets. I think that the last 2 slides, I don't know if I'm too fast or I'm going too fast or too slow, but probably not. The outlook of our meeting our conversation today is based on sustainability is a key factor of success of football. Is embedded in football. Is one player. We don't see him, but his or her are on the pitch. They play an important role. They can coexist with the other considerations of sustainability, the cultural sustainability, the finance sustainability, the sporting sustainability, the geographic sustainability. Everything is in one package. And we need to deal, and they can work together. We need to invest we are investing across our national association and our clubs. We changed the regulation in UEFA. It's mandatory for each national association to have one sustainability manager. It's mandatory for each club that want to play our European competition to have the sustainability manager. This was the first step. The second step now is mandatory that all of them have a sustainability strategy and action plan in place. Remember the first strategic approach. Our football ecosystem now are using the same approach that we're using internally. We need to prepare, and we are doing a toolkit, guidelines, information. We have the team, sustainability team in UEFA is composed by 15 experts that are in Lyon and are always available. For European National Association and clubs, is of course the commitment with the European club association is very, very important, also with the European leagues, but it's important also to continue to raise the bar and to try to commit all our stakeholders. We have a lot of expectation for our commercial partners, for example. Our commercial partners are asking now in the contract to have one chapter dedicated how we can build, how we can develop the strategy to get on sustainability together. And this for us is important revenues and also is important part of our journey. And then engagement with our sister confederations. I think is 3 weeks ago, me and my colleagues Filippo Veglio in the room, we was in Comebol. Today we are honored to be in Riyadh and in Saudi. Good luck for the World Cup, of course. I hope that Italy will join the World Cup too. Sorry if it's sort of a bit, but no one, there is no conflict interest in the room, no, because we are talking about Europe. We need to work together, and the last slide is how we can work together. This is, for me, is more important to discuss today, not only today, but to create a bridge between Lyon and Kuala Lumpur, from Kuala Lumpur to touch all the Asia. We have a nice conversation with Japan Football Association in place, but we will love to open to all of you. We want to create regular exchange at sustainability level with your member association to create common webinars. We need to adapt also the webinar to our time, but it's important to work together on the same webinars, forums, bilateral meetings, capacity building, share best practice, because best practices are not only in Europe. We are finding best practice in South America, in North America, in Oceania. We want to find and we want to share everything, because I think sharing information and sharing best practices would be the step that we can do together. Information flows in terms of tools and guidelines. Our guidelines and our tools are not only for European football, are for everyone, are translated in many languages, and you can have a look, and you can also create your own, but you can also use our guidelines. And then we need to promote and to work together, of course, to contribute for a more sustainability world. We need to be the leader. We want to be the driver of change. We can do it. We are the largest platform, as I mentioned before. We are powerful, and we need to use our powerful to switch to responsibility. We need to feel the responsibility, the power and the responsibility to reach our future, and also in this case for a big platform like Football for the Goals at a United Nations level is a very important also tool to work with. To protect the game behind the 90 minutes, I think is the last message is please act together. Because together we can create a bigger impact on the civil society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michele, for this insightful presentation. And now we would like to open the floor for questions.
Oh, this is a tough question. I need to be concentrated.
Thank you, Michele. I wanted to ask you if you've measured the impact of your competitions on the environment or global warming. And if you have, is this something significant?
Yes. We pilot our ESG report that is post-event, is a post-event report. The first test was with the year before Euro 2024, but the first was officially published, was after Germany 2024, the Euro Germany 2024. We are the 3 big areas, the environmental part, the social part, and the governance part. Also in this report there are KPIs and there is transparency in terms of monitoring. In our team, we have one data specialist. He's an engineer that works only to create and also to have all the data to report the data, to combine the data, to analyze the data. Was the 5th step. But we are committed. And we are committed publicly because we need to publish. Also, if the trend is not the best, we need to publish because transparency means also to raise what we're doing well, what not we are doing well, but is a mission for the next steps. But each event has an ESG report set and published according the KPIs and also the level of a competition. Because in the Euro 2024 was with 120 action with more than 150 KPIs. 150 KPIs, the Euro. Of course, under 17 in Faroe or under 17 in Moldova, they have 62. Is more or less the minimum KPIs that we are monitoring for each event to create impact. And now all the governments also are very interesting to understand what are the impact, because for example in Germany we create a climate fund. We say this is our carbon footprint, we need to create a fund also to reduce the carbon footprint in Germany. And now for example the city of Berlin are using the same climate fund for other sports and entertainment events they organize in Berlin. We try to create also a legacy, and we are working on this stage because it's not one-shot event, but we want to create the report, discussing with the governments, and the government can use it to analyze and also to create a long-term legacy also for the community.
Thank you, Wahid, for your question, and we thank Michele one more time. If we don't have any further questions, Michele, could you please remain on stage? And now we want to invite AFC Vice President, Mr. Mahdi Taj. Please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. My pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Mahdi, and Michele, you may take your seat.
If you want, you can use my notes.
Ladies and gentlemen, in Asia, football is more than just a sport. It is culture, identity, and community. And when culture is seen as a form of capital, it becomes a powerful tool to embed sustainability and ensure that football continues to thrive for future generations. Our next presentation, Culture as Capital, Embedding Sustainability in Asian Football, will explore how the values and traditions of our game can be harnessed to drive long-term impact. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Darlene Harrison, who will share her insights on this important topic. Welcome, Darlene. All yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for the introduction, and good afternoon, everyone. It's quite a privilege to have been invited to share some of my insights with such a prestigious group. So I guess what we've been hearing here over the last few sessions is that Asian football is in an unprecedented era of opportunity. It's defined by scale, by ambition, and by cultural depth. So commercial momentum is accelerating at a pace where investment's flowing from global partners. We heard just about expanding leagues, and also purpose-driven stakeholders who see football as a powerful platform for impact. At the same time, expectations are shifting, as we've just heard from our UEFA speaker, where environmental responsibility, community leadership, and long-term value creation have become strategic imperatives. And all of this is unfolding across one of the most culturally rich and diverse football landscapes in the world. And that's the heart of this session, culture as capital. how culture can shape sustainability and investment in ways that are authentic, strategic, and deeply local. In this new era of opportunity, I'm going to propose that the real differentiator is going to be culture. The values, the identities, and the shared behaviours that give football its meaning in each place. So culture is a form of capital. It's an asset that shapes how trust is built, how communities are mobilised, and how sustainability is embedded in ways that are both authentic and enduring. To explore this idea, I want to begin with something personal, not too personal, my own cultural heritage, and draw a few lessons from our national rugby team in New Zealand, the All Blacks. And I'm going to use this as a lens for thinking about how culture can anchor sustainable growth and investment with deep local resonance. This is Aoraki, the highest peak in Aotearoa, New Zealand. For Maori, Aoraki is not just a mountain. He is an ancestor. His story tells a journey across the seas with his brothers. Their canoe was striking a reef, and the brothers were turned to stone, creating the Southern Alps in the South Island of New Zealand, which is my home, where I'm from. In New Zealand, we call it the mainland. It's more important than the North Island if you're a South Islander. And Aoraki forms the Southern Alps, as I said, and the main purpose of Aoraki in Maori culture is it stands as a guardian over the land. As a descendant, this story is part of my cultural heritage. It shapes how I understand identity, place, and responsibility, and how culture informs strategy and leadership. Aoraki connects people to the land and to their duties as guardians and to future generations. There are two core ideas that sit at the heart of this story: care for people and connection to place. These are not abstract values. They shape how communities live, how they lead, and look after what they've inherited. I share this story as a way of thinking about how culture, when lived and understood, can ground strategy, stewardship, and sustainability in powerful and enduring ways. Stories of navigation run deep in Maori culture. Our ancestors were extraordinary navigators, people who read the stars, the winds, and the currents to find their way across vast oceans. Navigation, again, wasn't just a technical skill. It was a cultural practice, grounded in deep knowledge, shared purpose, and trust, because they were in pretty small canoes in these very vast oceans. It required vision, collective intelligence, and a profound connection to their environment. These navigators didn't just arrive in Aotearoa, New Zealand, they shaped its story. Their journeys defined how communities understood leadership, stewardship, and the world around them. And that connection between culture and national identity isn't just historical. It continues to shape contemporary law, governance, and environmental leadership today. And it sits at the heart of New Zealand's national brand: care for people and connection to place. This is the Whanganui River, a river that in 2017 was legally recognised as a living entity with the same rights as a person. For the Whanganui iwi, the local Maori kinship group, this wasn't a new idea. They had always said, "I am the river and the river is me." It reflects a cultural worldview in which people and places are inseparable, and where environmental stewardship is embedded in identity and governance. This legal recognition has resonated well beyond New Zealand. Other nations, including several nations in Asia, have looked to the Whanganui example as they explore new models for environmental governance and the rights of nature. This is culture actively shaping modern legal and societal structures, not sitting on the sidelines. So why begin here? Because these cultural events, Aoraki, navigation, the Whanganui River, show us that culture shapes sustainability, strategy, governance, and legacy. And this is the same cultural lens as both foundation and compass I want to apply to football. To bring that to life, I'm going to look at just one more example from home, the All Blacks. The All Blacks are New Zealand's national rugby team. They're one of the most successful and culturally distinctive teams in world sport. And this is what culture looks like in action. For the All Blacks, the haka isn't a branding exercise, as we heard. This isn't about PR. It's a living cultural practice, a statement of identity, of shared purpose, of connection to those who came before and those who stand beside them. Over generations, this culture has shaped how the team leads, how it performs, and how it's perceived on and off the field. It's become the infrastructure that sustains excellence, attracts investment, and builds a legacy far beyond wins and losses. These examples illustrate a powerful principle. When culture is lived, it does become strategic. And this principle, again, isn't unique to New Zealand. It's deeply relevant across Asia, where football is growing in scale, in diversity, in performance, and investment. So this cultural foundation already exists. The opportunity is to bring them to life strategically. Beneath these powerful cultural expressions is more than what happens on the field. It's underpinned by a set of lived principles that shape behavior, leadership, and sustainability. Over time, the All Blacks have distilled these principles into a few simple but profound lessons. And it's these lessons that have helped them turn culture into something symbolic, something more than symbolic, and something that's now deeply strategic. The first lesson is this: leave it better than you found it. There's a Maori saying, be a good ancestor, plant trees you'll never see. And I have my grandmother planted trees that she never saw. My father then has handed on those trees to us as children, and we've planted trees that we will never see. We're talking about 80 to 100 year rotations in these native trees in New Zealand. So this saying, be a good ancestor, plant trees you'll never see, is really lived in New Zealand today. It reminds us that our actions are part of a much longer story, that we hold responsibilities, not just to those beside us today, but to those who will follow. For the All Blacks, this principle is lived through the jersey. Every player understands that they represent those who came before them and those who will come after. Their task is to leave the jersey in a better place. This isn't symbolic, again. It's cultural infrastructure. It embeds long-term thinking, stewardship, and legacy into everyday behaviours. And that's the essence of sustainability. A shared responsibility carried across generations. This is culture as capital, in action, turning values into sustained performance, trust, and investment over time. The second lesson is this: no one is bigger than the jersey. In Maori culture, there's a deep understanding that the collective sits above the individual. Iwi, or kinship groups, or whanua, families, are built on the idea that people are part of something larger, that there's a web of relationships, responsibilities, and shared identity that spans generations and connects us. For the All Blacks, the jersey embodies that idea. It represents history, community, and shared purpose. When players put it on, they're reminded that they carry the team, they carry the nation, and they carry the legacy with them. This is how culture becomes a shared asset, something that unites individuals around common purpose and accountability. It builds trust, clarity, and collective leadership, the kind of cultural capital that sustains performance and attracts long-term investment. The third lesson is perhaps their most famous: sweep the sheds. In Maori culture, leadership is expressed through the practice of care, respect, and hospitality. True leaders show their mana, or their authority, through service, by looking after people and places. For the All Blacks, this is lived every day, and especially their most famous part is every match day, but it goes much broader than that. It's in every environment that they touch. But the match day experience means that after the game, it's the senior players, not the youngest, who clean the changing room. No cameras, no fanfare, just quiet, humble action. This is how culture becomes self-sustaining. It lives in daily habits and shared expectations. When leaders model these behaviors, values move from words on the wall to lived systems. And that is what builds trust, resilience, and again, sustainable performance over time. So, these lessons give us something deeper than leadership anecdotes. They point to the role of culture as a strategic anchor, a foundation that shapes behavior, sustains performance, and attracts that trust over generations. So culture isn't something that sits alongside strategy, it's what gives strategy its depth and durability. When culture's clear and lived and anchored, it becomes the connective tissue between identity, performance, and sustainability. So I want to zoom out now from stories and examples and share a simple cultural first framework, a way of thinking about how cultural anchors can guide sustainability and strategy in football, particularly in a diverse and dynamic context that you share here across Asia. So we can see culture in many different contexts already. So this image, I'm sure you're all very familiar with, is from the 2018 World Cup, and it's the Japanese team's changing room after their match, and this went viral. So they left it spotless, along with a handwritten thank you note. No fanfare, no publicity, or that's what they thought, until this image went everywhere, globally across the world. Just a quiet act of respect, discipline, and shared identity. It's a simple gesture, but it tells you everything about their cultural anchors, the values that shape behavior even when no one is watching. And this is the essence of a cultural first framework. Culture expressed through everyday actions that guide leadership, performance, and sustainability. The first cultural anchor in this framework is identity, knowing who we are. So for the All Blacks, identity is embodied in the jersey. It's not just fabric, it represents history, values, and collective purpose. Every player understands that when they put it on, they carry something far bigger than themselves. In Asian football, we see equally powerful expressions of identity in the stands, in the communities, and in national symbols. These moments are more than displays of passion, they're a reflection of shared stories and of belonging. When identity is clear, it becomes a unifying force, shaping behavior, strengthening trust, and again, anchoring that sustainability strategy. It's the starting point for any sustainable cultural framework. The second cultural anchor is community, building on what already exists. For the All Blacks, community is expressed through collective commitment. Every action on and off the field is done with the team, and it's wider community in mind. It's a culture where shared responsibility is modelled daily. In Asian football, we see equally powerful examples, like the Japanese fans staying behind after matches to clean the stadium. Again, it's a quiet act, but it speaks volumes about respect, care, and shared ownership. The opportunity is to build on these existing cultural strengths, to recognise them, invest in them, and embed them into the way the game is led and experienced. When community is activated in this way, it becomes a powerful driver of sustainable impact. The third anchor is leadership, and this is about how do we pass the ball. For the All Blacks, leadership is about creating more leaders. Responsibility is shared and developed deliberately. So that by game day, there's not just one captain on the field, there's 15 leaders. It's a system built on trust, accountability, and shared ownership. Across Asian football, we're seeing new forms of leadership emerging, on the pitch and beyond. From players who inspire new generations to more women emerging into leadership roles, the game is evolving through people who are ready to not only carry the ball forward, but to also pass it on. And the fourth and final cultural anchor is tradition. And this is how we continue to evolve our traditions to sustain culture. For the All Blacks, a defining moment was bringing the haka home. For years, it was only performed overseas. So recentering the haka in New Zealand on their own land reaffirmed cultural ownership. It deepened their connection to place and strengthened the authenticity of the ritual. This process began when they hosted the inaugural World Cup in 1987 and really has only been embedded since the 90s, but it feels like it's been around forever at home. Traditions like the haka are living systems. When they evolve while staying true to their roots, they sustain culture. They carry the identity, the pride, and the shared purpose forward. Across Asia, football is rich with traditions. Pre-match ceremonies that draw on spiritual and cultural symbolism, traditional processions, heritage flag rituals, and club anniversaries that honour long histories. These four cultural anchors, identity, community, leadership, and tradition, are the foundations on which sustainability is built. Trust is earned and legacy is carried forward. When culture is lived in this way, it becomes a driving force for sustainability. And when culture and sustainability are aligned, something powerful happens. Sustainability becomes an investable strategy, a source of credibility, durability, and long-term value. So culture turns sustainability into a strategic asset, and that creates value for communities, it drives performance, and it attracts investment. When culture is clear and lived, identity translates into authenticity. So investors and partners know who you are, what you stand for, and why it matters. That builds brand clarity and trust. Community builds legitimacy, the social license to operate. It aligns stakeholders, strengthens relationships, and creates a platform for growth. Leadership signals governance, clear decision-making, accountability, and confidence in delivery. This reduces risk and increases confidence in long-term outcomes. Tradition reflects longevity, stability, continuity, and cultural resilience. That attracts patient capital and partners who want to build over time. This is where doing good and doing well meet. Culture doesn't just support sustainability, it turns it into something credible, durable, and investable. And across all 5 AFC regions, the diversity of football cultures is a powerful source of strength. Deep identities, rich traditions, vibrant communities, and contemporary leadership offer new perspectives and possibilities for sustainable growth. By starting with culture, we can unlock a new era of purpose-driven investment and impact. And when we begin with culture, sustainability grows authentically, shaping a future that does good and does well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Darlene.
Okay.
May I ask you to remain on stage as we now open the floor for questions, if any.
Thank you for this very good presentation about football and culture. I also want to thank you and appreciate the humor of the President of Saudi Football Federation, a dear friend of mine, on his opening speech, closing speech, and then also during the presentation about the Pro League, how you mentioned that it's Friday, so whether you like or not like, up to standard of this, his speech. Thereafter, he seek permission from his wife to be here for 3 days, holidays, and thereafter how he, so it's a wonderful gesture and humor. I must appreciate and take this platform, I thought maybe. And also like to thank AFC for giving us this opportunity for all the member association to understand about the football, which is not only football on field, but it has lot to deliver off field. Last slide of your presentation, you mentioned about Mohun Bagan Club, Calcutta, and then it said 29th July of 1911. So I thought it's very relevant to say that how football can change, not a community, not people, but also entire country. Country I represent, India, is having 1.4 billion population and is the largest population in the world today. I mean, 65% population are youth, below 35. It was nearly 200 years India was ruled under British era. And then football started in India much before than any other Asian countries they played football. So the club you mentioned here, Mohun Bagan, was established in 1889. Those British era, and they used to play football under the British regiment. So 1911, the IFSL, called Indian Football Association Shield, hosted by British Regiment Army. And until then, it was all the finalists was British team only, mostly those, though East Yorkshire is one of the regiment. Country was going through this revolution of freedom fighting era. And until then, the country was not having that much confidence that you can win or fight against the British. I mean, just take it sportingly. I'm talking about that particular era in early 19th century. So 1911, when this Mohun Bagan club reached to final of IFSL on 29th of July, nearly 500,000 people, they came across surrounding, 50 to 100 kilometers radius. And those days, some of them come through bicycle or, by walk. And for the first time, that Indian club won 2-1 against East Yorkshire British Regiment. And for the first time, British rule India, an Indian club own a football match. And that impact, a massive impact across India, and Indians were that well, India can also win, and the football shows you that. And that created so much unity among Indians. Then it was the capital of India was Calcutta, the eastern part of India. And it was forced to shift capital from Calcutta to Delhi. So that's how the football has strength. It can unite people, unite community, a culture, an entire nation. So it's really wonderful to see that you have mentioned in your presentation. Thank you very much. And thank you, Saudi Football Federation, once again for hosting us and giving us this opportunity to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, Darlene, could you remain on stage? And now we would like to invite FIFA Council member, Ms. Kanya Kiomani, for the pennant presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kanya. Thank you, Darlene. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short break and reconvene at 4:15 sharp. Kindly make your way back to the hall at 4:05 so we can start on time. Enjoy your break, and we look forward to seeing you shortly. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin in 5 minutes. Kindly take your seats.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Is architecting the high-performance national associations moderated by Mr. Anter Isaac, President Football Australia. The panelists will share practical strategies, challenges, and success stories that can guide the way forward for national associations across Asia and beyond. Anter, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mohammed. Good afternoon, everyone. It's already been a really interesting day, very enlightening, and we're going to now try to finish it off as strong as it started. So let me start with a very simple question. What makes any organization truly world-class or high-performing? It's not just for us in football about trophies, FIFA rankings, and revenue. It's architecture, it's planning, it's preparation, and it's purpose. A high-performing association in football is not an administrator of football. It has to be the architect of football's future. It must think like a business. It must perform like a team. It must lead like a movement. It breaks silos, writes vision with execution, and can transform governance into an engine for growth. And this panel and this discussion, it's not going to be theoretical. It's going to be practical. You're going to hear the experiences and perspectives from people who are doing it every day and have done it for a number of years now. And we're seeing the outcomes of their efforts. What I'll do now is just briefly introduce each of the panel members. And it's a pleasure to have you all here. I'll start with you, John Gutierrez, President, Philippine Football Federation. Was elected as President of Philippine Football Federation in November 2023. Since that time, he's worked hard with his exco, with the organization, to transform the organization, to build on the foundations that were laid before them, and to start implementing a long-term future for Filipino football. He's also someone who has a background in business. He established his own private charter airline in 2012, Air One, and we'll be hearing from your perspectives of high performance in a moment. Thank you, John. Next is Ravshan Ermatov, President of Uzbekistan Football Association. I think we've known Ravshan for a long time. A wonderful referee, in fact, a record holder. No referee in FIFA World Cup history has refereed more matches in a FIFA World Cup or across FIFA World Cups than Ravshan. He's known for being Mr. Decision Making. His professionalism as a referee, his decision making on the field in very tense situations is something that he's been known for, and you've transferred that now as President of Uzbekistan Football Association. Welcome, Ravshan. Mr. Sunyasu Miyamoto needs no introduction. Suni, as we know him, is obviously President of Japan Football Association. Before that, was General Secretary of Japan Football Association. But most of us also remember him as one of the great Japanese footballers. Captain, no less, of the Japan national team during the 2002 World Cup, when it was co-hosted with our friends from Korea. So added pressure being the captain of the national team when it was co-hosting, and also 2006. Played a great player for Gamba Osaka, as well as Red Bull Salzburg in Austria. Coached in the J League as well. And someone who's always been committed to education. From memory, Miyamoto-san, your mother was an English teacher?
Correct.
Yeah. And in 2013, completed the FIFA Masters as well. Thank you, Sunny. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Miss Samar Nasser, General Secretary, Jordan FA, since 2020 has been the General Secretary of Jordan FA. I think we can all agree the evolution, the betterment, the transformation of Jordan FA in the last few years has been incredible. Qualifying directly for the Men's World Cup. But I think it all started back in 2014 when Samar was the CEO of the local organizing committee for the FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup that they hosted in 2016. And she'll share a little bit of her perspectives on that soon. What you may not know as well is that Samar was the first woman to represent Palestine in an Olympic Games in 2000. And then 2004 for Jordan in swimming. So thank you, Samar. Thank you for joining us. Frederick Guillemon, Chief Operating Officer for the OFC. His role now, his responsibility is basically he's in charge of strategy and performance of the Confederation. His duties include the oversight of communications, commercial, finance and administration, competition management, and a few other of the areas. Fred has been involved in football when he first started at the OFC in 2001, then moved on to FIFA before coming back to the OFC in 2017. So Fred, thank you for joining us as well. I'm going to start with a very simple question to each of you, okay? And I'll start with you first, Fred. When you think of the term, when you hear the term high performance, what does it mean to you?
So for me, high performance is something very personal and individual. It's first foremost passion. Passion drive high performance. But also it's the drive to excel, the drive to succeed. Another characteristic for me of high performance is to be actually curious about how you perform. Without this curiosity, you can maybe forget to constantly improve your performance. But, and the last point really about high performance is it's about you cannot do it necessarily alone. You need to, it's a shared responsibility, high performance.
Thank you, Fred. Samar, when you hear the term high performance, what does it mean for you?
Thank you for the introduction answer. As an athlete, I would say high performance is continuously pushing yourself to the limit and to your highest potential. But high performance is not by chance. It should be by design. It's not about achieving excellence once. It's about creating the conditions that allow you to, for excellence to be repeatable, sustainable, and most importantly, purposeful.
Thank you, Samar. Sunny?
She talked about, from athlete's perspective, so I'm going to speak from coach's perspective. So for me, maybe to perform with high standards consistently in order to beat opponents. So how does it sound? Is that...
Yeah, look, there's no wrong answers in any of these questions. That's the beauty of this panel, right? It's about perspective. And I think the most important thing is everyone understands each of our journeys shapes our thinking in a different way. And it's the same with everyone. You know, we constantly love hearing and speaking with everyone that's here because we're learning as well. Rafshan.
Good afternoon, everyone. I agree with colleagues. In addition, I can tell that what does high performance mean? For me is preparation. Dr. Ukseri always says that if you fail preparation, prepare to fail. So this is football life rules. If the team fail preparation, of course they will not win next game. And even this seminar, this conference, we are enjoying because AFC worked hard through many months and prepared well. So preparation for me is key.
Thank you, Rafshan. John.
Yes, hi, good afternoon, everyone. High performance, I would simply liken it to the level above the norm or what is expected. For an individual, a level which is far from your comfort zone, something to strive for that isn't, again, the norm or natural.
Thank you, John. I mean, just to wrap up that question, some of the things that I heard were, you know, the consistency, the discipline, the intention and being deliberate, and also setting higher standards than usual and continually pushing them once you achieve them, right? That's kind of the ideology behind continuous improvement and continuous betterment. Samer, you've competed at the Olympics. You've successfully led the delivery of a FIFA World Cup, the Under-17s in 2016. Now you're the GS of Jordan FA. How has that experience and all of those experiences as both athlete and then transitioning to a top executive shaped your understanding of high performance?
Firstly, I was fortunate enough to be an athlete to compete at elite level, and then I transitioned into an executive in the sport industry. And that definitely gives me a profound understanding of what high performance is. For an athlete, high performance is about pushing yourself to the limit, to the maximum physical limit, mental limit, emotional limit. And as you said, it's about that mindset of perseverance, determination, resilience, and always pursuing to be your best and to improve. But when it comes to managing an organization, it's no longer about the individual effort. It's about creating the environment that inspires the people around you and empowers them to perform at their best and excelling collectively rather than individually. This morning in Andy's presentation, he talked about Uzbekistan and Jordan making the impossible possible. Well, yes, Jordan did reach the final of the Asian Cup in 2023, and we did qualify. It was a historic qualification for us to the World Cup next year. However, that was not by chance. It was more of a designed process. In 2021, and under the vision, driven by the vision of the president of our organization, His Royal Highness Prince Ali, we started working on our revised strategic plan. We spent a whole year of studying our status quo, analyzing and benchmarking with other teams and MAs. We did the textbook holistic approach. We engaged our stakeholders, our clubs, our coaches, our staff. And I can't say, and maybe the hardest part was not setting up the strategy. It was the process. Because if we want to excel on the pitch, we need to make sure that the whole organization is run in a high performance manner. Performance is not just tactical, it's very human-centric. And that we learned from the president of our organization, who focuses really on empowering individuals. When we started the process, staff thought that a strategic plan is handed to them, ink on paper. And they work within the confines of their department, ticking off the boxes of what they need to do. But when they saw that they were involved in the process and that we put really very high targets and very high targets and ambitions, some of them were intrigued, the majority were skeptical, and some thought it was practically impossible. So I think the hardest part was to change the mindset of the people involved in the organization and to have that growth mindset, that high performance mindset that focuses first on the person, the purpose. It is very important that when staff have a purpose far bigger than themselves. We spend hours, I think all of us as executives and people working in football, we spend more hours in the office rather than with our families. So it has to be something far much greater than the paycheck we get at the end of the day. So it was important to all align on the same purpose, to have purpose, and to align on the same vision and objectives that we seek. One of our objectives was to reach the World Cup, as crazy as it sounded to many in our organization. But it was important that everybody is aligned with that mission and that objective. In the past, maybe the national team was an island on its own, and everybody did his work in the different departments. But the change of culture, where everybody was involved in the objective of getting the national team to the World Cup. If you walk around JFA and you ask the coffee boy at 9 p.m., what are you still doing here? He would tell you, I'm working to get the national team to the World Cup, because the staff that are working 12 and 13 hours a day are being served to reach that objective. So I think it's very important that everybody is aligned, there is clarity, there is communication, and they function like athletes. They are pushed to the limits. They know how to rise after a fall. I think these are the values that are needed to thrive as an organization and to function as a high-performing organization.
Thank you, Samra. Thank you so much for that insight, and we're getting a kind of behind-the-scenes look into, you know, the journey that you've taken with JFA to get where you are now. And again, it's part of a journey. We're all part of a journey. I forget who said it before. There's no destination. We're constantly trying to get better. John, you came into the presidency from a business background. I mean, you're a football person, but you know, largely business background was your background. What did you discover being either the most surprising or challenging thing that differentiated leading the National Football Association from a private entity?
What did I discover? That it's much, much harder. Much, much harder to lead a football federation association than to run a business. Not to say that running a business is easy. I don't think that's the case for anyone. But besides the scope, the scale of having to explain to your stakeholders, shareholders, the difference, the metrics of measuring your success in business and in football. In business, there's financial value, there's economic gains, and in football, there's development and social impact. There's winning internationally, and in our case, which is not an established football country, the participation of more and more kids every year that goes by. So again, it's a totally different animal when you go to business and trying to run a federation. I'd like to say it's more fun because of everyone's passion for football, everyone's passion for sport. More challenging, of course, but the fulfillment is also greater. So yeah, basically just the metrics on how you determine success is, for me, the biggest difference.
Yeah, no, great comment. I mean, we were talking a bit earlier about, you know, in private entities, typically they're being assessed or evaluated on their performance when they publish their accounts at the end of the year. For us in football, it's a daily assessment, daily evaluation. Even sometimes when there's games by the minute. Okay, I mean, we've seen in the last month World Cup qualifiers quite tense, you know, and the stakes are high, and the performances, the success and the legacy that we create is not dependent on a product, right? It's dependent on people on the field, people off the field, people in the office, leaders, and so forth. So I'm really glad that you mentioned that. Thank you, John. Frederick, Samar mentioned mindset and mindset shift. You're obviously at a confederation. Drawing from your own journey, your own perspective, and your own obviously qualifications, as well as a certified coach for leaders and executives, what is the single most critical mindset shift a president or a general secretary, a leader in football, must make to truly embrace becoming a high-performance organization?
What is interesting in the current context with a member association or even a confederation, our environment is changing constantly. It's fast-paced, it's also much more demanding. It's a business that has a social mandate. So organizational performance become a very strong focus. But we have to come back to what we do. And it can be quite daunting to think, okay, how do I put organizational performance or change the culture in our organization? But let's go back. Actually, high performance, it's our core business. And I would give you an analogy to just translate the change of mindset that a leader needs to think about. Think about your organization as a national team. When you compete, or when you go for your qualification, or even when you do a friendly, do you ask your national team to just go on the pitch and play? Or do you ask a national team to actually do their best and achieve the result or aim for the results? And I will give this analogy as what is the mindset that we need to shift a little. High performance, organizational high performance is actually about this shift between, are we doing things well in our organization, or are we collectively, and Sama mentioned it quite a lot, are we collectively striving for impact or results? And a big shift is also for the leadership of our organization to identify what are the metrics for performance. What does performance of the field looks like? So the mindset is really to shift from, but actually we are administrating the game, to no, we are here to actually achieve the result collectively on the pitch, but off the pitch. So for me, the analogy is really that, is like, if your organization is a national team, are you just here to play? No, you're here to succeed. You're here to put in place the game plan that you have. And the first step to the shift is actually for the leadership team to explain what is the expectation of performance or organizational performance of the field, but mainly of the field. Like Sama mentioned it, it was really clear for everyone what was to be expected. And the other mindset shift is that high performance is individual, but organizational high performance is not only on key individual, it's a collective effort. It's like everyone in the organization needs to understand, what do I do on my day-to-day job to positively impact or to have a positive contribution to our goal? And that's a big mindset shift that we need to have, is that it's a collective responsibility. We know about high performance, but now we need to give direction to say, what does high performance looks like in our organization?
Thank you, Frederick. Rafshan, I knew you before you knew me, because I used to watch you as when you were a referee. I used to admire the way that you could handle very difficult situations on the field, high pressure situations, calm everyone down and get them focused on the game again. And when I was reflecting on this panel, you know, I was thinking about when you were elected to be senior vice president. It was a period that needed stability. Okay, it needed someone to actually come in and just calm everything and focus everyone. My question to you is, you took leadership at Uzbekistan Football Association at a time that required reform and transformation and betterment. What was your day one priority to restore credibility and set the foundation for the kind of high performance culture it's starting to have now?
From the first day, the most important priority was to change two things: mindset and attitude. Mindset is to keep a positive mindset, trust to the project, believe what I'm doing, and being in optimistic mind was very important in that time. And of course, professional attitude was requiring. What football want? Football want today professional people who are every day sacrificing, working very hard, well planning, well analyzing, very full committed. So it was very important also have people with a very high feeling of responsibility, because we put very, very high targets, and every day we have to go and we have to perform in the office and in the pitch of the field of play. So, and also proud, to be proud of being the team. And this is permit us to build high performance culture.
Thank you, Rafshan. Sunny?
Yes.
You know, you're the 15th president of JFA.
Right, yeah.
15 presidents in almost 120 years. That should give
104 years.
104 years.
Yes.
Okay. 15th president in 104 years. We know organizations that have had 15 presidents in 30 years. But it just gives a reflection of the culture in Japanese football is that, and Samar mentioned it earlier with in respect to the president, His Royal Highness Prince Ali. You know, there needs to be always, and John the same, when you pledged after succeeding Mariano to continue the work, right? There needs to be always an understanding that that getting to a high performance situation takes time. It takes patience, takes effort. And the Japan Football Association is a perfect demonstration of that. And it set the vision, right, to win a World Cup by 2050. It said it in the 1990s from memory?
No, the vision or
the vision.
The pledge was set in 2005.
2005,
yeah.
Okay. So my question to you is, JFA's goal is to win the World Cup, the Men's Senior World Cup. Obviously, you've done that in women's by 2050. It's a formidable North Star. How do you translate such a long-term vision into urgent, meaningful action now?
Yeah, right. As I told you, JFA issued in 2005 the pledge of 2005, and that says by 2050 we'll host the World Cup again, and we will be the champions of the World Cup. Since then, the pledge has been a North Star, as you say, that gives us light in which way we should go. But 2050 is a bit far, and it's been 20 years since declaration. So, and the current national team has been performing very well. So we have changed our target. We'd like to be the champions before 2050, you know. And our players, when I talk with the players, they say that they are very serious and keen to win the World Cup and the next World Cup. So I know it sounds a bit ambitious, but you know, talking about the game against Brazil 3 days ago, after first half 2-0 down, I couldn't believe that we might be able to turn around the game in 3-2, but they made it, right? So I think nowadays many players, or most of our national team players, now playing in Europe. So their daily base or standard is so high. So I think during the game, I think they could find how to bridge the gap between Brazilian players and the Japanese players, teams. So, if our team performs like that, they want to be the champions. So what we can do as an organization is that to support the team, the coaches, as much as possible, right? So in order to do so, we need money. So we need to generate more money. For example, 1.5 times current budget. So, but again, we can distribute this money into our prefectural football associations as well to develop our football as well. So I'm not sure that I'm answering to your question, but the most important thing is to do the best in each positions.
No, thank you. I just want to follow up a question with you. How can you translate that to people who maybe aren't part of the national team setup at JFA?
Say again?
Like for the staff who are in the office who maybe aren't as close to the national team setup. Yeah. How do you
Right.
get them to also
involved,
believe and working towards
Right.
that North Star?
So I have set 3 goals, big goals. We need to have strong national teams, and we need to expand women's football in Japan. And as I told you, we need to generate money by increasing the value of football, Japanese football, socially and financially. So these are, of course, as you say, it's our personnel feel a bit far from the national team. But if I set the goal, and please, think about this. In order to make this happen, you should work and cooperatively. So I think before maybe they didn't feel they're working together with national team, but I think recently, hopefully, they're working together to realize our 3 goals.
No, thank you, Sunny. Thank you so much for that. And it's a good kind of segue into my question to you, Samer, because obviously we're reflecting on Japan FA's long-term vision, but what you've been able to achieve, you and the president and the exco, everyone involved there, it's a plan that starts long before it's achieved, right? You had your women win the 2021 Women's Arab Cup, and most recently you've qualified for the Men's World Cup for the first time. Going back a few years, what were the 2 or 3 really foundational pieces, if you can share it with us without breaking any confidences, that you believe probably had the most impact on helping everyone and football in Jordan and Jordan FA get to where it is now?
Firstly, congratulations for Japan over your win over Brazil. Gives us hope as we prepare for the upcoming World Cup. Our story, I think most of the MAs here can relate to. It's a story of a developing MA. And I can tell you, Anter, it's no secret recipe. Nowadays, you can check ChatGPT. Just put what is the recipe to prepare a high-performance team. Or even with ChatGPT 5.0, you can put the right prompts and it will give you a full strategy of what you need to do to reach high performance. But it's not just about what you need. We all know what we need to do. We need to focus on coach education. We need to focus on elite youth. We need to support clubs. We need to provide the perfect high performance environment for our national teams, etc. But it's about looking from within, what resources and capabilities you have. How can you turn challenges into opportunities? And I can assure you, we have many challenges. Jordan is a small country. We do have financial restrictions where financial resources are scarce for the demands of the Football Federation. But what we have and our strengths are in our people. We have players that have passion, that have talent, and they're homegrown players. And we highly value our human capital. And when you put these together with a clear strategy and plan, you get results. We worked from the bottom up, like every other federation. We focused on our youth, we focused on our national teams, and we ticked all the boxes. We revamped our competitions, but it's all very costly. And for a small organization to meet those demands, it wasn't easy. We went to government after government requesting additional funds for football. We talked about the impact it has on society, on sports, on the health bill, etc. But despite all of this, our support from the government was relatively limited. Understandably so. We come in a region where we have conflict across our borders. There's economic a crisis. Therefore, sports is not a priority. But what we did in parallel is not just work from the bottom up. We also worked in parallel from the top to the bottom. In 2023, we announced we want to qualify to the World Cup in a press conference when we introduced our new coach. And we invested resources that we didn't have in our first national team, financial resources, because we knew if that team made it to the World Cup, it's going to change the landscape of Jordanian football. We, of course, focused on the high-performance environment for our national team. We changed our technical staff, but it's not about the CV of the coach. It's about finding the right fit, or the right cultural fit that works with our team, and having aligned objectives. We focused, of course, on providing the right environment, on injury prevention, nutrition, mental dexterity, technology, using technology to support the team. And also we focused on the organization. We did qualify to the World Cup, thankfully. And after qualifying, government is listening. Stakeholders are interested. Fans are engaged. Sponsors are intrigued. So by working as well from the top bottom, we were able to get the resources we need to be able to grow the game. We did qualify to the World Cup, but what is harder than getting there is continuing to achieve at high performance.
Yeah, the expectation, you've said it brilliantly. Like the expectation creates a different kind of a stress. Yeah. John, sorry.
If you don't mind me, what I would like to add. Our infrastructure is very humble. We don't have the best of infrastructure. But after having qualified to the World Cup, now we are steering a committee for having a national plan for the redevelopment of the football infrastructure. And municipalities are involved, stakeholders are involved, sponsors are now interested, so we have diversified our revenue streams, we have increased our commercial portfolio, and it's a cascade that will hopefully...
No, thank you, Samra. And that's a natural reaction to qualifying for a tournament, because government sees the unity it can create, the inspiration it can create in society, and it makes the narrative when seeking support a lot easier. John, you know, we talk about long-term planning. The presentation just before this one was Darlene talking about planting trees, or or she shared with us in Maori culture, you know, you plant trees that you will not see, right? In October 2024, under your presidency, you decided that Football Starts at Home will be a grassroots initiative that you're going to implement. And that's a very selfless thing, right? You're taking the long view, knowing that many of the kids that actually participate and enjoy this, they will not have the opportunity to play in a national team for another maybe 15 odd years. Just on that, right? Can you share with me how you connect that decision to immediate high performance demands? Just take us into the thinking behind that.
Well, again, like was mentioned in the past presentation about planting trees. Well, first of all, I still do plan to see that tree in 15 years. Okay, but how do basically what I want to do is try and use Football Starts at Home, not just as a development tool, but also to try and connect it to help what is now, which is the national teams. Now, how do you do that? The fruits of that labor will be, again, in 15 or so years. However, for a country that is not a football established culture like ours, if we can convince investors that because of, again, Football Starts at Home, attracts more kids to participate in football, and participate in football and actually change the culture, then maybe it would be worthwhile for investors to take a look and say, hey, if I support the national team, is it sustainable? Yes, because there is a value chain that is being established from grassroots. And that's how I see our development, and the tool Football Starts at Home impacts the national teams or football for the Philippines right now. And not just for private investors. I'm thinking that if that cultural change is established, the government, the Philippine government, would have no choice but to support it even more. Again, we're not a football country, so our support is not as vast as, let's say, for example, Japan or any other football country. But if we start planting those trees, even if the results do not seem or does not bear fruit immediately, the cultural change might, again, convince investors that it's worth investing in because the value chain is being established.
Thank you, John. Frederick, beyond wins and losses, what non-obvious metrics should an association track to know if its transformation, if its evolution to becoming a high-performance organization is genuinely succeeding?
That's actually a very interesting question.
That's why I posed it.
Because we are used to track metrics that are quantitative or qualitative, but a non-obvious one, I would explain the journey that we went through, and just as a storytelling to show you how we did it. Transformation to a high-performance organization and culture is not done only on one or two individuals. It's a shared responsibility. It's everyone in your organization needs to connect, needs to contribute to the success you want to achieve. So a non-obvious one, and often one that is forgotten, is actually to measure how your workforce, how your team members connect and are engaged in this process of transformation. And this can be done by survey, discussion, one-on-one. And the key question is like, do they understand or do they know how they contribute to the success? Do they feel part of this transformation? Our team members, for example, do they understand where we want to go? And that's really important to measure, because you can have the best plan, you can have the best approach, the best practice, but if collectively as a team, people don't know what needs to be done, or people don't feel that they can contribute, or it will not work. So the non-obvious is actually to check that with your team members through surveys, one-on-one discussion, is that how do they feel connected to the success? How do they feel that they contribute? Do they see the value in their contribution? And if this is in place, actually it's a big part of the success. So the non-obvious way to measure it will be that. And you could have the best plan, but if your team members, if everyone working in your organization do not connect, do not understand how they will contribute, the transformation will be very, very hard.
Thank you, Frederick. Rafshan, you are a world record holding and world-class referee, okay? You mastered impartiality in high-stakes situations and decision-making when you have zero time. It's all about your trust and communication with the team, your assistant referees, and so forth. How does that experience that you had working in such a high-pressure situation, how does it shape your approach to building a transparent, accountable governance in a football association?
As a referee, I learned that fairness and clear rules are a foundation of respect and trust. As you mentioned, my work on the field of play was taking the decision, and in 1 second it has to be correct according to the laws of the game. It has to be fair, consistent, and from that decisions usually depends of success of the game, and everybody is happy, fans is happy or not. So these principles today we are trying to use in federation management. So decisions must be fair, consistent, transparent, and accountable, even when pressure is very high. Sometimes team is losing and pressure is too high on the federation, and our next decisions have to be really with we have to take with intelligence. And everyone in office have to know that rules of the game inside of the field and outside of the field is the same. And this approach helping us to keep trust and respect atmosphere in our office.
Thank you, Rafshan. Suni, Japan is globally recognized for its culture of continuous improvement, the philosophy of Kaizen. How are you embedding this philosophy into the daily operations in the business and administration side of JFA, not just in the football side and philosophy?
Yeah, right. The philosophy of Kaizen is very normal for Japanese people, society. So we do utilize this philosophy in our daily duties. For example, every quarter we do monitor ourselves if we are operating properly in accordance with the original plan in terms of budgeting. So if we are not on track, we need to correct ourselves and we need to improve our behavior. So this monitoring allows us to find good balance sheet at the end of the fiscal year. So yeah, we are, of course, we use, again, this philosophy to be better in our daily duties.
Thank you, Suni. We have a little bit of time left, so I just want to ask you all a different kind of question, okay? It's a quick fire, so you don't have much time to answer it. I'll start with you, John. What's the one quality you admire in most young professionals that you work with today?
The one quality, young professionals, I would say the eagerness to play for flag in country. We've got players in the national team who earn a lot of money playing in leagues abroad, and yet when the duty to and the opportunity to play for country comes across, they jump at it. We're not very well funded. We can't afford business class tickets for most of these players, but regardless of all those challenges, when there is a game that again is for the country, for the nation, they jump at the opportunity. They fall in line and raise their hands and they say, we're available. So yeah, the eagerness to play for the nation.
Thank you, John. Roshan, to you, what's the best leadership advice you ever received?
This advice I heard from my late father. He always repeating me to be yourself, always find and be best version of yourself, be honest and never lie to yourself first of all.
Thank you, Roshan. A wonderful tribute as well to your beloved father. Sunny, if you weren't in football, what career would you be in? What career would you be in if you weren't in football?
Either a baseball player or
baseball player
or a doctor.
Or a doctor, okay. Wow. Thank you, Sunny. Samer, if you could instantly master any new skill, what would it be?
Well, I can tell you in the world of football, we're always learning something new. It's very dynamic, very competitive. We're always pushing ourselves to the limits, working in a high-performance environment. I think if there's a skill I would like to learn, and I think the GSs in the room might sympathize, I think I would like to learn how to slow down a bit. Maybe just savor the victories, appreciate the journey, and not always think, what's next, or to raise the bar. Maybe I can't help it, I'm an athlete, but it's nice to just savor the journey.
Okay, well, you're sitting between possibly a doctor in future, and Fred, your question. What's your go-to way to clear your mind, reset, or de-stress?
So, Sama, I was smiling about what you were saying. Like, my brain is always working. Like, our environment, as a demand on our job is quite big. And it's very simple for me. A way to reset is I'm lucky in the way that I live in a big city, but on the weekend I can go to the countryside. And if I analyze why I like the countryside to reset, is because, one, I've got very little coverage. Internet is not working super well. Cell phone, temperamental. So what does it allow me to do? Actually, it allows me to reset for one day, and I recharge my energy. And it's not the cows next door in the farm that will ask me questions or will ask me to work, or what do I think on what is the next challenge I need to put in place. So the way I reset is actually going in a place where I can disconnect.
Thank you, Fred. So before we open up for any questions, I just want, if I can ask everyone to thank our esteemed and extraordinary panelists. Thank you so much. Thank you, Frederick, Samer, Suniasu, Rafshan, John, for your generosity in sharing your perspectives with us all. Today, I think we've learned that high-performance organizations, whether it's a member association, a regional association, a confederation, it's not defined by buildings or budgets, but by belief, right? By leadership that designs the future, doesn't react to it. It's very deliberate, it's very disciplined, and it's also deeply human, right? So thank you once again. Thank you to the audience, General Secretaries and Presidents. And I think now we can open up for any questions.
Thank you, Anter, and for the esteemed guests. My first question is to Rashwan, actually. With high performance, AI is always something that's today enhancing the environment of high performance organizations. And it's very clear from your earlier profession, referees are under threat as a profession. With AI and technology today, you're seeing a lot of these decisions being taken by technology and by AI. So obviously, the whole profession is under a huge threat by what's going on in the world in terms of AI. So I'd like your perspective on how you're ensuring there's a continuation at least of human referees. Are there more referees that are going to come up from Uzbekistan that you're going to see, or is it going to be technology that's going to be doing the World Cup final at some point? And my question to the esteemed guests is, how is AI playing into your organizations? The world is moving towards using AI to commercialize, to increase revenues and so on, and to optimize the information gathering and information making. So how is AI actually being integrated into the football organizations like we see it with all other organizations?
Actually, thank you very much for your question. Actually, in the association, everything depends to each other. When you have good results, you have good sponsors, good income, and good interest from all the stakeholders, and you always can have good relations with government, support of government, and then of course all the sponsors and partners are interested more in the football. As mentioned, Jordan and Uzbekistan first time qualified to the World Cup, and it's give us a lot of opportunities. This has really opened the wide doors of opportunities in terms of commercial side. Now our federation every year was under government support, but this year, this second part of the year, government, we don't need to support of the government, and then we have really good commercial opportunities, and this is really giving us good position in terms of commercial rights. And we open many new things. We are recently built a National Football Center for the money of the sponsorship with 8 football pitches, hotel for the national team, same time 6 national teams can accommodate in this hotel, and with first time we have sport medicine center, rehabilitation center, and all these things happening after you have really good results on the field of play by national team. Thank you.
Arazi. Yeah.
So yes, please go ahead.
Ms. Samar, just a question. You know, you said that your country, small population, you don't have much budget, infrastructure is not developed so much, but yet, how did you manage to qualify for the World Cup?
Definitely the formula is vision, passion, talent, and having people, believing in the people power. I mean, we made it by investing in our human capital and having a vision and sound leadership that led us there. It's not always about finances, and it's not just about the money or the facilities. You are still able to create opportunities out of challenges. And I know football is about luck. but luck comes to those who are prepared, and we were able to create opportunities out of the many challenges that we had. Definitely focusing on our talent, on our players, and as I said before, working from the bottom up and the top to the bottom, focusing on our national team and our first national team, while still working on our grassroots and our talent identification pathways. I'm just going to answer Khalid Salim's questions about AI. I'm sure whatever we answer now is profoundly going to change by next year. AI has to be integrated in every facet of football, and that's why these conferences are important. In Jordan FA, we use AI extensively in deep data analysis with the technical team. I'm not the expert on that, but if anybody's interested, our coaches are hosting an AI conference next month about how they use AI and how they develop algorithms for deep data analysis. But we all need to use it in our own organizational development, and it will be interesting to see how refereeing is going to evolve over the next few years using AI.
Good afternoon. I am Vietnam Football General Secretary. So, first of all, thanks very much our speaker. I understand the high performance not only in the competition but also in the preparation. Even more important, that is in the preparation. So, we have the question for Shama. We always, like as my General Secretary position, I always have to keep the balance relation between the technical director, coach, and team, like a triangle. So can you share any experience from you, from your federation, how to keep the balance, how to control the relation between the coach and technical directors? Thank you.
So the question is how does, it was a question to you, Samar, the relationship, how does the federation manage the relationship between the technical director and the coach?
Sure, yes, correct.
I think that is the hardest relationship to manage, and I think everybody struggles with the relationship between the technical director and the head coach, and who has more experience. And I can't say that we have mastered that, but what we've learned over the years that communication is key for everybody to be aligned with every departmental strategy, for the head coach of the first national team to actually communicate with departments and with staff, and for the technical department to be engaged with the first national team, and to put strategies together. So when the technical department is developing long-term strategies for elite youth, it cannot be independent from the first national team, because these players are going to filter to the first national team and vice versa. There are demands and there are needs for the first coach of the national team, and if these needs are not met through a system that filters the players that he needs, you're going to have disconnect. I know it's there in many federations, and I can't say we didn't have that disconnect in the past. But it's very important to keep the conversation going and having strategies developed together, not as standalone strategies developed by departments.
Okay, there's a question.
Hi, good afternoon. My question is for Ms. Samar. You mentioned a while ago that a high-performance organization functions like an athlete, rising after setbacks and always push to the limits. But in reality, not everyone in an organization works on the same pace, same level, same standard. So how do you address those who struggle to meet the organization's objectives, and while keeping the morale of the team and keeping the unity and harmony in the organization?
I think diversity is very important. If everybody functioned like an athlete, then we'll burn out very early on in the journey. But everybody has deliverables, and everybody has objectives to reach. And with time, if they're not able to catch up, they will automatically, the system will automatically weed them out. But having said that, I mean, not everybody has to perform at maximum level. There are different competencies, there are different personalities, and there has to be diversity in the workforce. So what is important is alignment, motivation, passion when it comes to staff, and slowly getting in the resources that you need to reach your goals. And when you talk about restructuring and when you talk about new strategies, when we restructured in 2020, we told the staff it's not about changing our human resources. It's about, these are our goals. This is what we need to do to get there. Tell me what you need. What do you need to be able to reach your potential, whether it's capacity building, whether it's whatever it is, to be able to realize the goals set for you. I hope I answered your question.
Okay. I think that does it for today. Thank you again, everyone. Thank you for your time. Thank you, panelists. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Anter. Our esteemed panelists, Frederick, Samar, Miyamoto-san, Rafshan, John, you may take your seats. Anter, could you please remain on stage for the panel presentation? Now we would like to invite FIFA Council Member and President of the Saudi Arabian Football Federation, Mr. Yasser Al-Mishel, on stage for the pennant presentation. تفضل أبو سلمان. Thank you very much, Mr. Yasser. Well, that brings us to the end of day one of our conference. On behalf of the AFC, we thank you for your participation and engagement throughout the day. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow for the second day of the conference. Thank you very much. And last, just a kind reminder, there will be a dinner hosted tonight at 8 p.m. by the Saudi Arabian Football Federation at Salon A. Enjoy your evening. Thank you very much.